Hey, hold on. Hey everyone, how's it going? My name is Ryan Moore. This is the Game or Die channel, and I just want to play some video games tonight. Some low-key ones. I want to just play some pinball. We might go into Fallout for VR or any other VR game, or who knows? We might just play pinball all night. I just kind of want to play some video games. So let's get started. First off, we're gonna play a little bit of. Hold on. What's going on there? What's happening? Of course, everything is. Tell you, man. It's. Oh boy. I'll be right back. Let's try this again. Nope, there is no audio. What is happening here?
Game paused.
There we go. Because I am forgetting about certain things. Because of work, right? Okay, all right. Let's play a little bit of indie. So I just kind of wanted to play some pinball. I've been feeling it over the last couple of days. Getting ready for this dog show. It's gonna start it's starting to really affect my, not mood. My mood is fine, but my just energy levels. It's becoming real. I need to crank the volume up here. Oh, I need to see this. All right.
You're meddling with powers you cannot possibly comprehend.
Yeah. Let's play a little bit of pinball, you know? Now, this pinball, this is a real pinball table, the Indiana Jones trilogy pinball table, because there's only 3 indie movies, right? And they had this pinball table at Disneyland. And I remember always going to try and play this game, but for whatever reason, I remember sinking like a couple bucks into this pinball table and always having a really tough time with it. Hey, we got one, right? It's a pretty tough pinball table. And this last summer, almost a year ago now, man. Almost a year ago, I got really into this game.
Don't touch anything.
And pinball in general. Oh, we missed it. But that middle gutter, man. Ooh.
This is how we say goodbye in Germany.
That was not a very good run. But yeah, with this dog show, it's getting to the point where it's like just the entire evening is draining, and then I come into this stream and my energy is just as low can be. And hopefully I can get some of that energy back up. How's it going, Faustism? We got a multi-ball. Little multi-ball madness here. Oh, I lost both of them at the same time. That sucks. There is something really comforting about the pinball sounds. I love the pinball sounds. What was that? Something about Fallout? Yeah, maybe later. I just want to play a little pinball right now. I'm exhausted. This week, I don't know what is going on, but this week has just drained me.
See you tomorrow, Indiana Jones.
Single
Okay.
player results.
So my previous best is 348 million, and I just got 137 million. I'll try again. But those pinball sounds. Okay, good. Those pinball sounds are so enjoyable to me. I love the sound of a good pinball table. And some of them will have like sound effects that are just like really loud and kind of sharp, but I really like this table. This is definitely in my top 10, if not top 5. I don't think it's in my top 5 because I didn't talk about it in my top 5 pinball table video on YouTube. I don't believe I did. It's been a while. No, it's been almost 6. It's been about 6 months since I messed around with that video. So can't remember everything that's in those. I would love to have more time to do YouTube videos, but I literally just don't have the time. I would like to play some Fallout tonight. I don't know. I just kind of wanted to play a little bit of pinball, and then we'll see where we are in about 15-20 minutes. After a couple tables, couple rounds. That's the thing with pinball. Like, it could be it's very random. Even if you're good, you can have a bad couple of runs and just lose all the balls really quickly and very easily. Or you can have excellent runs where they last for like 20, 30 minutes. I remember last summer when I was really getting into the pinball table stuff, I did this one table. It's called Who Done It, and it's like a 1940s film noir detective mystery table. And it was my first or maybe second time playing that table, like third or fourth run, and I got the highest of high scores. I got over 1 billion points. I think I got like 4 billion points or something like that, something stupid. And I was only playing that table because I was trying to run out the time for picking my dad up at the airport. My dad was wanting me to pick him up at the airport, and the airport's like an hour away. And it was at like in the middle of the night. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning. So I had to wait until 2 or like 1 o'clock and then drive to the airport, pick him up at 2 o'clock, and then drive all the way back, drop him off at his house, and then come home to my house. So I got home at like 4 o'clock in the morning or something ridiculous like that. Maybe like 3:30 maybe.
We have top men working on it right now. Who?
Top men. And I was playing that whodunit table, and I was just like, oh man, I don't know. And I'll play this one. And I was like, oh, this is kind of a cool table. I like this. And then here, let's switch out. And so I was playing that whodunit table, and I was like, well, I got like, an hour, 45 minutes left. And then I started playing that, and then, oh my gosh, I lost, or I got all of the scores ever in that one table. It was so fun. All right. I don't use ChatGPT. I don't mess around with AI at all. I do not like AI. I think people need to be very, very cautious of AI. So I do not mess around with. So if you have questions about ChatGPT or anything, I could not tell you anything. I don't even know how to use it. Download it. Is it a program? Let's do... Ooh, Monster Mash is pretty fun. Let's do Monster Mash. Monster Bash, Mash. I call it Monsters of Rock, right? That's what it says on the table. I can't remember. Yeah. Oh, this is such a great table. If you haven't seen this table before, this is a table where you basically have to get the band back together. And the band is all the Universal monsters. Dracula, Frankenstein's monster, the Bride of Frankenstein's monster, Wolfman, the Mummy, Creature from the Black Lagoon. It's awesome. Oh, crap. Oh, it's webpage? Okay. Yeah, I'm not into the AI stuff, that's all. I think there's a real big conversation that people can have about AI. Whoa. How'd it get all the way back there? That was weird. And I think people just need to be very cautious of AI because AI is a tool. It is not used as a shortcut for creativity. It's a tool for creativity. I'm not going to get into a big old rant about it, but yeah, it doesn't interest me at this point. And I've already seen people abuse it too much for me to even be okay with it. You know, half of the people on Twitch are scamming because they try to sell art that is AI generated. And it's like, that's not art, first of all, because art has to be creative, and a computer cannot be creative. There has to be some human input to that. Oof. Dude, Solaris, how's it going, buddy? Wanna stay alive with me? It's been a while since we've been doing some Duke quotes. How are you doing, man? Seriously, it has been. What is going on? What have you been up to? Have you been playing any good games?
I hope this monster is as studly as you, Doctor.
I am doing pretty good. A little exhausted. This has been a very draining week for me. My wife's dog club is putting on a dog show this weekend, and so we've been preparing for it, and that's taken up a lot of our time, and it's gonna be a very, very long weekend. And work's just kind of been kicking my butt over the last couple of days. And yeah, there we go. Give me some XP, some experience, some points.
Pale by comparison. Whoops.
I am always on the lookout for new games, and I just feel like there hasn't been any new games that have really interested me, except for a couple. There's been like one or two where I'm like, oh, I want to play that, but I just don't have the time. V Rising is definitely one of them. But that's such a big game. It's like I have like 5 other games on the docket that I need to finish before I start a new 100x hour playthrough of a game. Very nice. Yeah, I've been trying to get everything ready for multiplayer streams as well. It's just, like I said, I just haven't had the time to really, you know, do that stuff. Did I get him? Ah, those gutter lanes, man, they're rough. Very cool, man. On Sundays, all right. Well, when we do multiplayer streams, I hope you stop by because that would be super fun to do some multiplayer stuff with you. All right. Come on.
Master, it rattles.
Very cool.
Yes, Evo, that's fine, that's fine.
Making the rounds. Who are some of your favorites? It better be me.
Yes, Master. Get ready while I flip the switch.
Oh, it's very human now. Okay. All right. We got to get Frankenstein's monster here.
It's
All right. So I think we have to hit him. I can't remember. Crap. There you go. I was just joking, but okay. Just don't let him drop. Don't let him drop. Man, I love multi-balls. Multi-ball is one of my favorite things in all of childhood. I remember like going, oh, multi-ball. Aw, man, we lost it. That's okay. Well, I appreciate that, dude. I really do. Thank you. I don't think we got Frankenstein's monster. That's okay. We'll get him. As long as we keep the ball alive. I love pinballs. I think one of the things as a kid, I always remember going, man, I want to feel what a pinball feels like. Like I want to hold one of those silver balls in my hand. And because I was always fascinated with pinball machines. I was always fascinated with how these machines made so many noises and they, you know, bounced everything around and the mechanics of everything. And so my father-in-law a few years ago, he got a Dirty Harry pinball table. Dirty Harry, the Clint Eastwood series. And where he says, he talks about the 44 Magnum, the most powerful handgun in the world. And you gotta ask yourself, did he shoot 5 shots or only 6? You gotta ask yourself one question, punk. Do you feel lucky? And so he got the Dirty Harry pinball table, but it was a little bit broken. And so I had to go and open it up and fix it. And that was super fun. That was awesome. It was like a childhood dream to be able to mess around inside a pinball table. Because these machines, if you don't know pinball tables, they're very, very complicated. They're very, very fragile, and they're very, very expensive. They're several $1,000s. Even old 90s pinball tables are several $1,000s depending on the condition of it. And so when he bought it and it was a little bit broken, I opened it up and got to mess around with everything. And like I even got to look at the owner's manual and stuff, and that was super, super cool. You used to play pinball? What was your favorite pinball table? What was your favorite? What is some of your favorite pinball tables? Because some people just, like me, I can't pick a favorite. It's too hard. There's too many good ones. All right, 4th place. I'll take it. I'll take a 4th place. Let's do it again. What's up, Ty? How's it going, man? Yeah, Funhouse, dude. All right. Let's do Funhouse next.
I'm scared, Lamar.
I said I like holding silver pinballs in my hand. Pinball balls. Yeah, Funhouse is rad with the puppet, right? The ventriloquist puppet that comes alive, and you have to basically banish him from a certain amount of time in the house or whatever. You have to advance the clock. Ooh, Laser Wars. I'm trying to remember which one that is. I don't remember that one. I did a YouTube video about my top 5 favorite pinball tables last year. And I loved a few of these, and there's still definitely a couple that I would go, if I had the money for it and if I could find it for a decent price, instant buy. That is still one of my things, is I still want to buy a pinball table, have it in here. Ooh, Guns N' Roses. GNR one. I don't think I played the Guns N' Roses one.
I hope this monster is as studly as you, Doctor.
Yeah, baby, you got the wolf man.
I agree. I absolutely agree. It's too hard to pick a favorite. That's why I did a video on my top 5 favorites, because I could pick like, oh yeah, I like this one a lot, I like this one a lot, I like this one a lot. Picking a favorite pinball table is a little bit too hard. Dude, the lights are amazing. They're awesome. And it was really interesting learning how pinball tables have storylines. Like the Funhouse table, right? The Funhouse table has a storyline of you trying to defeat the evil, haunted, you know, ventriloquist dummy. This one has the trying to get the band back together storyline and stuff. And it's just like, wow, that is so interesting and unique and just cool. And how the lights lighting up aren't random. They're pointing you to the different objectives that the pinball table has. It's not just like hitting and getting a high score. It's accomplishing goals. Like, it's so cool. And that's why, like, last summer, I spent most of my time playing video game pinball because I was just, like, fascinated with it. I dumped hundreds of hours into these tables over the course of last summer. I always like how it goes, blah. Oh, we got him. Ooh. Oh, that's awesome. Is it arcade machines or pinball or both?
Not below the bell.
Let's go for a roll in the seaweed.
It is like visiting a theme park, that's right. Okay, cool, awesome, it's both. Joe's arcade repair or something like that. I'll have to look that up. I'm always on the lookout for a good YouTube channel to watch. Bummer. We're just right down the middle.
Shoot the game. Come on, Gil. Nobody knows the scales like you.
I'm jamming with Muckman. Oh, I'm already on my 3rd ball? Shoot.
I got this from the funny house.
Whew. Joe's Classic Video Games. Okay, cool. I will definitely check that out. I'm glad the text-to-speech stuff is working. I was messing around with it earlier this afternoon, and it just completely broke, and I had to fix it, and then I was like, I think it's working. After like an hour and a half of trying to fix it, and it just randomly started working again, I was like, all right, cool. I'm gonna go live, and hopefully I can hear people. But it seems that it's holding up, so I'm glad. Hey, Sharky, how's it going, man? How are you doing tonight, buddy? Welcome back. How is life? How's the project going? I am doing fantastic, man. I'm getting more amped up by the minute with you guys hanging out. Ooh, a game store story redeem. All right. Okay. As soon as I'm done with this and we switch to Funhouse, then I'll do a posture check too. I'll do a game store story. I'll hydrate in a minute. I can't take my hand off the controller. Yeah, Unity issues, of course, right? No, this way or that way. That's all you got to do, right? Okay, so enter the high score. Bam, there we go. Let's take a look. Let me see which story I want to tell. Didn't get 80, all right. Okay, I don't think anyone's actually heard this story before. So, at E3, here, let me do something really quick here. Okay, that should work, or I should just probably do that. Okay, so let's back out of here. So here's a game store story. As I get into Funhouse, the game store, we would take in video games. We would trade in video games and sell the ones that got traded in. We'd receive a bunch of games and we would give either cash or store credit. And one time a woman came in who had maybe the biggest lot I ever got of trade-in stuff. Probably at least maybe a good $1,000+ in the games, in games that would be traded in. Her son passed away or something, and she just kind of wanted to give it away, so she donated it. And when she donated it, I was going through and I was like, "Are you sure you don't want anything?" She's like, "No, I just wanted to go to a good place. My son really liked video games and stuff." And I was like, "All right, fine." So I was going through all this stuff and I said, "All right, well, if it's a donation, you don't have to hang around here for me to calculate it because it takes a while." Back then, you would have to, search not just the internet, but you would have to like look up other stuff, and there was magazines and stuff that had price charting. And so I would look up all the pricing, and it would take a while to trade in a big amount of video games. And so later on that afternoon, I was like going through all the stuff, and I found this one cart or cartridge that was a Super Nintendo cartridge, and it was the Donkey Kong Country Weekend Championship. It was a Blockbuster exclusive that was like World Championship edition, basically. They only made like a couple hundred carts or something like that. And that cartridge alone at the time, back in like 2010, was worth over, I think, $1,200. And since then, it's definitely gone up in value. So I always thought that was super, super cool. So there's your game store story for the evening. All right. So hopefully I didn't miss anyone doing anything right now while I was telling that. Sorry, I had to mute everyone. If I missed anything that you wanted me to know, let me know. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to play a little bit of Funhouse. There we go. Here's Funhouse for you, buddy. Hee hee. I can't do the Michael Jackson voice. I wish I could. I can't. Oh, what happened? Hold on. Here, let's back out and let's just jump back in. That was weird. This always stretches the screen sometimes weirdly. We suggested a raid. Well, okay. I'm not gonna raid out right now. All right. Here's Funhouse. I don't think I ever actually played this table in real life. I think I've definitely seen it before. I remember the dummy head, but I don't think I've ever actually played this table in real life. Oh, already we lost the ball. And it's one of the older ones. It doesn't have the dot matrix display. It's just got the LEDs. So this is a little bit older. And if I was smart and would have read the intro, it would have told me when it came out and how many tables it released and all that. Okay, just hold it in memory. All right. I'll just remember to raid out to someone, whoever you suggested, which I believe was Faustism, right? Who doesn't stream. We can raid whoever we want, but I mean, I'm not going to be raiding for a good long while, hopefully. Not for a few hours.
Stay away from the clock.
Okay.
I thought we were pals.
So yeah, this game basically, you are trying to get up the stairs in the house, I believe, right? And you are trying to turn the clock in the house, like it's a grandfather clock or whatever, and you're trying to turn it to a certain time. It's similar to House of Magic, where you have to like complete all the magic acts before the clock strikes like 2 a.m. or something. I can't remember. It's been a while since I played that one. Ah.
That's not funny.
Hopefully you catch the raid, yeah. I think that's the first time anyone's actually used the suggest a raid. In I think like what, 2 people did? Or 3? There's 3 suggest a raids. Man, I didn't even get a high score. I was so bad at that one. All right, let's try this again. Dude, I'm telling you, I have the worst luck with those side lanes, those gutters. My cousin would always watch me, and he would try and give me some tips, and my uncle did too. And so I remember my uncle going, "Oh yeah, hold the flipper so that you can hold the ball in, and then you can control the ball that way." And I was like, "Oh yeah," and so I would do that for years. Every time, and it would take so long. People that were waiting behind me to play a table would hate me. And I was a little kid, so I didn't really know any better. I didn't really know that, oh, that's kind of rude. Did I get an extra ball? Or was that just, oh, I'm close to an extra ball? Yeah.
I'm watching you.
Now it's 11:30. The funhouse closes in 30 minutes.
It's getting late.
Shoot the rants for crazy steps. I'm trying.
That's not funny.
There we go.
Gangway.
Ah. I hit Rudy. That's the name.
Shoot again.
Yeah, I always loved pinball tables, and there was a pizza place. Oh crap, that's right. I love that other plunger. There's 2 plungers on this. What a cool, unique table.
I'm not hungry. You're making me very unhappy.
Come on now.
Gangway.
But there was a pizza parlor called Ballpark Pizza, by our house when I was a kid, and we would go there every Sunday after church, or maybe Wednesday night after like Wednesday night mid-church or whatever, midweek church, youth group, whatever you want to call it. And my parents and my best friend and his parents would go, and my friend and I, we would play like I think our parents each gave us like $5 to play whatever we wanted. They had a couple pinball tables, and one of the pinball tables they had was a Terminator 2 pinball table. Ah, crap. I missed that one. That was my fault. I was just making sure everything's okay. Seems like it. Seems like everything's okay. All right. Our 3 million? Wind tunnel.
Stay away from the clock.
I need to get better ball control here. But yeah, our parents would give us like $5 each to play whatever we wanted. They had a Street Fighter 2 cabinet, of course. Every arcade had to have a Street Fighter 2. Crap. And then they had they swapped out pinball tables every once in a while, because we went there for years. But the main one that I remember was the Terminator 2 pinball table. And that was just so fun. Southern Baptist is very, very, very different, yes. I grew up in Southern California, so that basically didn't exist where I grew up. But now out here in Tennessee, I see a lot of that type of a church out here. Okay, so maybe I was confusing this one with a different one. I was kind of like mixing them up a little bit. I don't think this one is where you're in a house with a haunted dummy. The fun house is like an actual like theme park, I guess. I think that's what it is. It does have to deal with the clock and stuff, but it's been a while. So forgive me if I get something wrong on a pinball table from the 80s, right? This definitely was the 80s. This was not early 90s. I'm fairly certain. I did too. It took a while for me to get fairly decent, and I don't consider myself great at pinball. I consider myself decent at best. But it's all about having fun, and I have a blast with this stuff. It is so enjoyable, so worth, hanging out. It's also very relaxing to me. And that's part of why I gravitated towards it so much last summer, because I was going through this really, really crappy phase, and I got really, really sick in the middle of the summer last year, and then just a lot of other stuff was going on. And I was just like, dude, I don't have the energy, the time, the enjoyment to play regular video games. I just kind of didn't want to play regular video games. And so I would sit down like in the afternoon after work. My wife was still working, or she would come down and start cooking dinner, and dinner was going to be in like 45 minutes or something. And so I would just pick up a controller and load up a pinball table. Ooh, $1 million. Aw, he threw it right down the gutter. And so I would just get into this funk, and I was like, I just want to play something. So I'd pick up a controller, load up a random pinball table, because I have like over 100 and something. And I'd just play, and I'd get kind of like, oh, that was kind of fun. Okay, cool, let's do it again. And like, by the time I looked at the clock, like an hour went by and dinner was ready, and my wife was like, okay, put the video game away. Let's have dinner. I'm like, where did the time go? So I got really, really into pinball, and it was so much fun. And again, I don't consider, like, look, I just wasted that ball. It just went right down the middle. But I'm still having a blast with it. And video game pinball, man, if you like pinball, or if you're intrigued by pinball, It's the best way to play it because it's free. It's free and it's replicating real tables. I'm really bummed out that this company, Farsight, I believe it's called, who did all this amazing work, got the licenses taken away from them, had all their hard work taken away from them, and Zen Pinball basically bought out all the licenses. And it's just like, what an unbelievably tragic story. You want to talk about some crappy video game development stuff, man. I remember the day they announced that and I was just like, are you kidding? Like, Zen Pinball was totally a different style of pinball. It was an unrealistic video game style of pinball where anything could happen. You can reverse gravity, you know, you can make the ball float in midair and then reverse the table and have, you know, all this weird crap happen. These tables were replicating real tables, and it's basically preservation of pinball tables. It's pinball table preservation. And having them just lose their licenses and take everything off of Steam and not be able to sell it and all that. After they went through the hassle of individually doing, I don't think it was GoFundMe, I think it was Kickstarter at that time. Kickstarters for each individual table, and they put out like 80 or 100 tables. Like, incredible. And digitally scanning all the individual aspects and programming it to react as realistic as possible. I'll always love Farsight. Or again, whatever the company's name was. I think it's Farsight. I think the only thing that they did wrong, was license Pinball Wizard and put it as the main theme song for the main menu. Because I don't like that song. I've never liked Pinball Wizard. And I'm fine with The Who. I like The Who fine enough, but not my favorite band. And that song too, especially for like pinball, is so on the nose. You're just like, oh, what are you doing? Oh man, I'm always missing that one. And I'm not getting high scores either. What we gotta see what the high score is here. The one weird thing about these tables too, I don't know if it's some weird glitch or something, but if you get a high score, if it says you got on the table, it says you got number 3 or whatever, it's actually like number 4. It's always one below the number that you got. It's weird. Okay, so I need like 6 million. So I need to basically double and an extra ball at 7 million. Okay. If you have a pinball table suggestion that you would like to see or anything like that, if I've got it, let me know and we'll switch out. I'll play some pinball for a little bit here because this is fun. Those solenoids, man. There is something that just jolts my brain and releases some emotional state into me every time I hear that. Get a Rudy Gulp bonus.
Stay away from the clock.
I need to figure out where that clock is. I'm kind of not paying attention. You like the table? All right. Baba Sticky. If I mispronounce your username, I apologize. But yeah, Funhouse is a great table. I'm not super familiar with it, so I'd like to play a good chunk of it and kind of get better at it. Except for right now, because I open my stupid mouth and bad things happen. Got it? All right. Sweet. Well, we'll play some Funhouse. We'll try and get a good score. My goal is to get at least the lowest high score, which I think we need a little over 6 million. We're just about 2 million right now, so that's good. Okay, he's asleep. Rudy's hideout. Okay, I gotta be on the ball. No pun intended. Oh, that's right. I heard something about it. It's getting remade. They're remaking it. Are they keeping everything? Like it's a full-on, like, just a new table with everything, or is it going to be like a totally new one, like a sequel almost? Because I remember hearing something about it, but I didn't pay attention to what it actually was. It's interesting to see the new pinball table news, because I don't pay much attention to the new stuff. Like, not that I don't want to, it's just, where the heck am I ever gonna play a new pinball table? We have nothing around here. And so, like, they're always putting out new pinball tables, and they've got the crazy LCD, or the, you know, high def screens and stuff like that. It's all full motion CGI. It's crazy to see some of that stuff. I think I saw a Jurassic World one, a Willy Wonka one, a Ghostbusters one, which I think I have the like 2018 Ghostbusters or 2016 Ghostbusters. Not that, I don't think it's the full female remake one. Pinball table. It's a 30th anniversary table, I think. That's what it is. I've got that on here. Rudy's mad. No, it was not. Let me know if the table's too low or too loud. It's a little low in my headphones, but that's okay. I don't need it blaring in my headphones. There we go. Shut up, Rudy. Steps gate is open.
I thought we were pals. I'm not happy with you now.
Crap. Every time, man. Every time. Extra ball? Sweet. I will take it.
Oh no. I'm so sleepy.
All right, good night. I would love to buy a pinball table, but I just don't know if I would buy a pinball table if I would like it or not, you know? Pinball tables are significant investments. It's not like a video game where you're spending $60 and if you don't like it, no big deal. It's like you're spending a couple $1,000s. You better like it. So if it was like, oh, you have a chance to buy this, you know, table, we've got 20 to choose, even a 50 to choose from. It's like, I don't know what I would want. Multi-ball. Ooh, that was close. Ooh, that was a good save. Come on. Ah. There we go. Yeah. one of the projects I do want to do is create one of those, like the ones with the LCD screen and, you know, all the, I think it's Future Pinball, right? And do all of the crazy programming for everything. If I ever have the time, that's definitely, it is on my list. Because building the thing's probably fairly easy. Kind of a piece of cake. I love carpentry and woodworking anyways. I haven't built something in a while, too. My wife's always like, can you... Oh, I take that back. I just built a whole box for our dog show thing this weekend. But other than that, I haven't built anything in a while. Something for myself, anyways. But those are, like, projects, man. Those are, like, a couple months solid of projects. And I think it's more the programming, getting everything working, everything configured, troubleshooting like why this table doesn't work, but this one does. Man. Shoot. Oh, that's right. We got a free ball. I hate that. I hate when it just immediately goes down. Yes, okay, good. Okay, let's not mess this up.
Stay away from the clock. I'm not happy with you now.
Shut up, Rudy. I'm not happy with you either.
That's not funny.
I was listening to a podcast years ago, and the guy got a free Funhouse table. It was like in bad condition, and he was going to restore it or whatever. And he was saying that it was unplugged, and the Rudy started talking, and I was like, I don't believe you. They're like, the pinball table is not actually haunted. Come on. Like, I think he was just doing it to, like, I don't know, either mess around with the people on the podcast as well. But I was like, no, there's no way that that table is actually haunted.
I thought we were pals. It's getting late.
Come on. Give me something good.
I'm not
Oh, crap.
happy with you now.
Man. Hey. I'll take a 12 million, though. Remember how I said my goal is to get a high score? Here we go. 12 million. I'll take that. I'll take a 12. And it's funny too because high score 2? But watch, it's going to be high score 3 on this actual menu system. See, 3. 44 million. If I play this table enough, I definitely can get it because unfortunately, all my high scores got wiped when I transferred this save over to this computer. And I still probably can get those saves back and just rewrite all the saves, but I basically would play a table until I got all the high scores. And then I move on to the next table. And so there was definitely a time where I was just playing pinball for like 5 or 6 hours a night. I would just stay up until like 3 or 4 in the morning playing a table until I got all the high scores on the table. And some of those, man, they're hard. The Addams Family table is really difficult. I'm not good at that one, even though I really like it. Crap. The Twilight Zone one is pretty hard for me, too. The Star Wars or Star Trek Next Generation table, I'm not good at, but I somehow was able to get the high score within about an hour. Like #1 high score within about an hour, and that was really cool. And then just a little bit ago, I was talking about how I got the ultra high score on Who Done It. when I played it for maybe about 20 minutes or so, and that run lasted like 45 minutes. I would just keep going and going and going and getting in just like guessing who did it, because I didn't understand how to play the game yet. And I would just keep guessing correctly and it would continue on. And it was so much fun. I think I got like 4 billion, something stupid, like some super stupid number. Whereas like I obliterated the high score by like over a couple billion. And I don't know if I said it. Thank you for the GG. All right. Like, I know it's already late. It's basically midnight. But I really want pizza now. Pinball always makes me want pizza. That was a bad run. It was a bad run. That's okay, though. Because there's always another one right around the corner. Yeah, I'm really not sure, like, if you had to, like, say, all right, Ryan, out of the tables that you have in here, the ones that I could play right now, we'll give you a free real life one, whichever one you want. I don't know what I would pick. I really don't. There's some really basic ones that I actually really like. Arabian Night, House of Magic, Phantom of the Opera, Funhouse, Al's Garage Band. There's some weird ones that I really like, but I don't know if I would want to own it forever. Like, if it was one and done and that's it. I would really have to... I would really have to think about it. Oh, man. I had that multi-ball and I just lost it.
I'm not happy with you now.
I'm hopeful that the lava lamps behind me are lava-ing, because I just replaced the bulbs finally. They've been like burnt out for like a couple months, and I totally forgot to replace the bulbs, and so I just did that, but I think they take a while.
You're making me
They're starting to get there. They're starting to get there. It's funny, I teach for work, and I do, you know, these online classes, and every once in a while I'll get my students who question, is that a fake background? I'm like, nope, it's real. What's up with the lava lamps? I love lava lamps. I always have, ever since I was in like junior high. So I just started collecting lava lamps one time, and it was really interesting. At Walmart, like 15 years ago, they were just randomly selling tons and tons and tons of lava lamps for super cheap. I think I got like each one of these smaller lava lamps for like 20 bucks. So I bought like 8 of them. And I have most of them. A couple of them died or cracked or whatever, but I have most of them still. And then my wife, when we were dating our first Christmas together, she gave me a lava lamp for Christmas. And I was like, that's super rad. We're at 3 million? All right. I need to be better about my ball control here. I need to learn where to go, what to do. Man. $7 million. We're at 3. Ooh. And that was a bad plunger hit. Oh, there's Banjo. He's up. Don't worry about the dog screaming and howling in the background. He's not dying. He's just bored. He should be asleep. I love Banjo. He's great, but that is like the one thing I can't stand about him. And the really crappy thing is he does that. And when he first started doing it, and when he starts up, he howls like he's dying. And we had a dog, his name was Raz, a couple years ago, and he had seizures. And when he would go into one of his seizures, he would howl like that. And so it always gives me a little bit of post-traumatic stress, because I immediately go back to that time when he would go into Raz would go into a seizure and was like, oh, that sucks. And so whenever I hear that, my heart stops for just a moment. Then I go, oh, it's just Banjo and he's just howling because he's bored. But just for a split moment, oh, 2 million, all right, sweet. For a split moment there, it's just like, ugh. It brings me back to that time, and it was just heartbreaking. Keep the ball alive, keep the ball alive. Whatever I do, Ryan, come on. Stay out of the gutters. I'm getting some good stuff here, good stuff, good stuff. Whew. Ooh, that was close. Ah. I knew it was too good to be true, but hey, I think we got some good scores there. Super dog. Just keep it alive, Ryan. Keep it alive. Again, this is where I go, man, I really want to learn how to play this game. I really want to learn what I'm supposed to do, where I'm supposed to be shooting. And I try, but that's the one thing, especially with video pinball. It's really hard to take your eyes off of the ball because the screen is kind of moving around a little bit, and you just don't know how the ball's going to react, where it's going to shoot out, unless you're familiar with the table.
This is really starting to annoy me.
And that's what I do love about this video pinball, the game part, is that you can use some of the menus. It will kind of walk you through how to play the game, where the certain aspects of it are. And you also get to kind of move the camera around when it's not in play. It's so cool. Yeah. The rules of each table are very, very... Extra ball. Extra ball. Ooh, man, look at our score. I'm very happy about this score. Oh, that was close.
Look over there. Game ready.
Where did you go now?
Oh, we got him in the hideout. You big sausage. Oh man, this is great now. Super frenzy. Okay, what's happening? What's going on?
Hey, Biff, go play on the steps.
Man. Things are happening here, jeez. Oh. That was a bad one. Bummer. 20 million. Did I get another free ball?
I thought we were pals.
Crap. That was close. It was real close.
It's getting late. Stay away from the clock.
Ooh. I'm feeling it now. I'm definitely feeling the stress here now. When the score gets this high and you're on your third ball, I start breathing a lot slower and holding my breath. Did I just get another free ball? Is it my third free ball? I have no idea what's happening right now. I'll take it though. Oh.
I'm not happy with you.
Ooh, that was close.
That's not funny.
Dude, I'm terrified right
Stay
now.
away from the clock.
Come on.
I thought we were pals. I'm not hungry.
I am trying to get it in different areas, but I feel like I'm going in the same area every time. Oh, man. 22 million? Wow. Another extra ball.
You're making me very unhappy. I thought we were pals.
Is that another extra? Oh my gosh. I'm telling you, man, I get these weird runs every once in a while. I'll take it. Oh, come on, you... There you go. Come on. Give me a multi-ball. I want a multi-ball. Seriously, like multiple extra balls. This is great. I don't think I've ever gotten this many extra balls in one run before on any table. Yes. And that multi. Ah, crap, we lost one. Oh, we lost both. Ah. Okay, well. We got it for a minute. Or for a second. There. Oh, is that it? Is that it? Yes. I will absolutely shoot again. Thank you, table. No! Yes. Okay. Oh, that last one though. Ooh. Hey, Vinny. How are you doing, buddy? Oh my gosh. I cannot believe I'm having this run right now. This is great. No matter what it ends up as, this is going down as a great run. I'm doing pretty stinking good right now. We're having a good run on Funhouse, the pinball table.
Where did you go now?
Come on. And we're getting up there in score too. I'm very happy about this.
I'm watching you.
Oh no! Is that it? I think that was it. Yeah. Wow. Oh boy, hold on 1 second. Let's get this right. Whenever I input these, I always am a little scared that I accidentally mess something up and don't get my initials correct. Oh man. That's gotta be 2, right? Number 2? Dude, I'll take it. I will take 28 million. Almost 29 million. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Vinny. Yeah, I played pinball as a kid a little bit. We had a pizza parlor that had a couple pinball tables, and you know, I've played a few over my life, but not a ton. But I do like it. I've always enjoyed it. Oh man. Should we continue on or should we do another table? Light extra ball, light a million, jump bumpers at max, light super dogs, open crazy steps, open trap door. You know, there is definitely game setup, instructions, like the crazy steps. Oh, those are the crazy steps. Okay. Are a feature on this table that offer great rewards. Balls can only be shot in the crazy steps from the left bump plunger. To send a ball to the left plunger, you shoot that center ramp when the step is lit by getting the ball into the manhole or by collecting an open crazy reward. Okay, so basically you drop it in the manhole or you get the light the crazy steps, and then that will open up or light the steps. You shoot it through the center ramp, and then you'll get into the left plunger and be able to do the crazy steps. Okay. Oh man, dude, that was an awesome run. All right, let's back out. Let's see what other table we can do. This is the one I was talking about. I think the Ghostbusters one. This might work. I don't remember if it does or not. Let's just take a look at it. This is, I think, the modern one. Will it work? Yeah, the premium 2016 edition. Okay, so no, this isn't that crazy. It's not like the crazy one, new modern ones, like the 2020 edition stuff. We'll do one run of this. This is really hard to see. There's so much going on this table. All the colors are a little bit mismatching, and it's very hard to see what's going on.
Need to be fried.
Scolari Brothers. I do like that it's the original movie Ghostbusters and not like the other ones. This is probably not one that I would want to own. Again, just because of the artwork. I think the artwork on the table is just, it's very hard to see. There's so much purple and red and green and blue and yellow.
Triple Super Jackpot!
Wow, triple super jackpot. All right, I'll take it. But man, if you asked child Ryan, hey, do you want a Ghostbusters pinball? Oh my gosh, I would say yes. I would kill for a Ghostbusters pinball table as a kid. I loved Ghostbusters. I had all the toys. I had the firehouse where it had the goo. Like back in the 80s and 90s, they sold children's toys with like slime. That was such a big thing. And that slime was made from some weird, chemicals. And I remember playing with it and it got all over the carpet and my mom lost her mind. She just started yelling, "What are you doing?" Like, I love my mom and she was great and stuff, but man, that stuff was so messy. It got in the carpet and like, I don't think it ever came out. I think my mom actually had to cut part of the carpet out because it just could not come out. Yes, the ectoplasm. And it was pink too. Like, it was the pink slime. It wasn't like slime or green slime. It was like a pink purple. Man, all those toys, dude. I had all the action figures and the, the car, the Ecto-1. But I also had like the little play sets, the like the real life, like you would put on the backpack, and it was like a Nerf gun where it shot out like Nerf pellets, like foam like cylinders to be like, oh, I'm capturing ghosts. And it had like, I had the trap, like the real life trap and stuff. It was so much fun. I had a super rad childhood. And it was because I didn't have a sibling. So like, I got super spoiled for like the first 7 years of my life. And then my sister came along and ruined everything. I love my sister, but oh boy. That's when everything changed. I am just trying to make out what's going on in this table, and it's so hard. I do like that weird manhole cover or whatever, and it's like a little magnifying glass, the ecto goggles on the right-hand side with a little alien that's kind of doing this thing. Ah. Oh yeah, the real Ghostbusters, right? Because they had the Ghostbusters cartoon, which was from like Hanna-Barbera in the 60s, and it was the two guys like chasing ghosts with a monkey. All right. That was a fine table, but all right, what other table do we want to play? You know what table I really do like? Whitewater. I'm not great at it, but Whitewater is a pretty fun table. Let's play that. Yeah, that was the whole reason why they had to go with the real Ghostbusters and not the Ghostbusters, because there was the Hanna-Barbera cartoon with, man. And there was also a live action version too, I think in the 70s or early 80s with Forrest Tucker and I can't remember the other guy's name, but they were on F Troop, if you ever remember that show. I loved F Troop as a kid. Ken Berry. But yeah, they had the live action show and then the cartoon, and so they couldn't use the Ghostbusters name, and so they had to make the real Ghostbusters the name of the cartoon for the actual Ghostbusters. Yes. I am a wealth of knowledge. I have so much random, useless knowledge and TV facts stored up in this brain. People are like, how do you remember that? And it's like, dude, that's all I did as a kid is I watched TV. I watched weird, random, old TV that I should not have been watching. I was telling my wife the other night about Nick at Night. She's like, oh, I remember Nick at Night, where they play like the Fresh Prince and the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I'm like, no, the Nick at Night that I'm talking about is all classic black and white TV shows. Mr. Ed, The Adventures of Dobie Gillis, Alfred Hitchcock Presents. That's my era of Nick at Night. You can always tell how old someone is by when they watched Nick at Night and what era of Nick at Night they watched. If you have no idea what Nick at Night is, it was on Nickelodeon, the television network, and it was their nighttime programming after the kids went to bed, which was more adult themed, before they started their own channel, which was TV Land. So Nick at Night was just like a block of time on Nickelodeon, and then they spun it off into their own channel, which was TV Land. And by the time TV Land came out, I was like in college, or in high school at least. So I wasn't really watching a lot of that type of TV. And also they would start advancing it. It's like on the radio when they start playing, you know, different music on the classic rock radio station. When they started playing Prince on classic rock, I'm like, I'm out. This is 80s music. I'm sorry. Which I love 80s music. It's my favorite genre of music, but that's not classic rock, which is also my favorite genre of music because I like all music. But yeah, I was telling my wife about it the other day, and I was like, when I watched Nick at Night as a kid, and I'm talking second, third grade, like I'm, what, 7, 8 years old, I was watching Alfred Hitchcock Presents and getting nightmares. But I love that TV show. And it's funny too, because my wife, like, she's way younger than me. She's like way younger than me, to the point where she's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. And so like every time I talk about my childhood, I'm like, all right, let me explain what I'm referencing. Oh crap, see? This is what I'm talking about. I accidentally mess up my own initials sometimes. Yeah, you know you're old when when the radio starts playing stuff that you just don't care about. I just don't listen to the radio at all anymore. Anytime we get in the car, the phone gets immediately plugged in and I'm playing stuff off of my Plex server. So it's just all my own music collection at that point. Get Plex, by the way, if you don't have it. I've had a Plex server for over a decade, and it is the single best investment that I probably made for media. And now they have Plex Amp, which is basically their music player. So you basically store all your own music on a server, and then you serve your own music to yourself, so you have your own Spotify. Anywhere in the world. It's awesome. And that's partially how I'm playing the podcast 24/7 in the Discord channel. If you haven't checked it out, in the Discord channel, we have a podcast radio station, which is 24/7 loops of the Game or Die podcast, which is super fun. I just need to produce more podcasts at this point. I was working on one today, but I got a different project going on too. I've always liked this table. It's a white water rafting table. There's a, I think it's Bigfoot, not Sasquatch. I think there's a Bigfoot. Yeah, he's up there at the top. Can I just mess up the multi-ball?
It's a boulder man! The boulder garden!
Ah, come on. This is where I start getting antsy and I go, okay, which one do I want to play next? Which one do I want to play next? I don't want to bounce around tables unless you guys want me to. So if you've got a table you want to watch me play for a little bit, let me know. Or if you're fine just watching me play and me bouncing around, you know, playing a few rounds of a table and moving on, let me know. Tonight I was just like, man, I'm tired. Play them all? All right. Oh, come on, come on. Every once in a while, I'll get into this weird, like back and forth between hovering the ball and it's just kind of slowly bouncing and nothing's getting hit, and then it just goes down the gutter like that. Oh. All right, cool. Awesome. I always try to be cautious about everyone watching and making sure everyone's having a good time. I just want you guys to have a good time like I'm having a good time, that's all. And if that's happening, awesome. I'm doing my job then. I remember we had this table. We had a few tables at the pinball parlor that we had, or a pizza parlor that we had. They would swap it out every once in a while. It was this one, and it was like the Storm Chasers one. The one with like the big tornado. I think it's maybe called Whirlwind. We'll take a look in a little bit here. I'm not a big fan of that table, actually. I'm not great at it at all. But I remember that table, that backdrop, that back glass, or whatever they call it. It's just, oh man. It's interesting too, because I'll get into these like obsessive fits about pinball where I'll just go on a pinball binge for like a week, and that's all I play for like a week straight is just pinball. I forget regular video games. It's just all pinball. And my wife's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm playing pinball. And she's like, didn't you play this table? I'm like, yeah, but I need to get #1 high score. And I'm normally not like that. I normally don't care about high scores, but when it comes to pinball, I mean, that's the whole point, right? And so I kind of get weirdly obsessed about it. I'm just like, all right, cool. We're going to get #1, however long it takes. And even after getting a high score of #1, like, you still want to continue playing it. It's just fun. Ooh, multi-ball. It is the best thing when you just are able to keep all the balls in play for like a minute straight at least. Like when you're just hearing that jackpot go over and over and over again. Oh, it's so fun. Crap. I lost one. One man down, 2 man down. Ugh. Oh well. I like how the old man's yelling all the time. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I get this weird hit where they, like, hit the ball and the ball kind of does nothing, like, multiple times, and then it just goes in the gutter. Yeah, I love my sister. I am glad that I have a sibling, but we just don't play the same stuff. Like, I mean, we're so far apart in age, it's really hard for us to kind of bond over stuff. And so we we didn't play video games together, and she's also a girl, so it's like immediately off the bat, like, oh great, she doesn't like video games for the most part. There's a few that we bonded over when we were younger, and pinball, she's never understood pinball. I would love to be able to say, hey, let's play pinball. That sounds awesome. Hey, at least I spelled my my initials correctly this time. Let's do one more. Let's see if we can get let's see if we can get past 100 million. If we can get past 100 million, we'll move on to a new table. Oh, wow. Okay. So you got multiples. Dang. How was that in life? Like, are you guys all pretty close and got along together pretty well as kids? My sister and I fought all the time. I feel really bad for my parents nowadays, but man, we did not get along. Oh, jeez, dude. That's crazy. That's awesome, though. I wish I had a big family like that. Come on. Luckily, I married into a Hispanic family, so now I've got extended family that's very large, which is great. And they all love each other and they love me, so I feel loved. Okay, this is just straight up. What do you call that in golf? It's not a birdie. It's not an eagle. A mulligan. Mulligan. That one just doesn't count. I had to think about that for a second because I remember that word in. I'm not a sports guy. I don't golf, but I know some of the golf terms. But I'll always remember mulligan because of Family Guy and like their original first couple of seasons. There's one part where they're golfing and Peter keeps going, mulligan, mulligan, mulligan. It's not the only reason I know mulligan, but that's the one I remember. That and Happy Gilmore. I know golf because of Family Guy and Happy Gilmore. And we lived next to a golf course for a while. Or at least we lived near a golf course and I would walk on it as a kid all the time, like home from school. And OJ Simpson played there all the time. And so we saw OJ a couple of times after the whole thing. That was interesting. That was like big neighborhood news for a while. It was back in like 98, 99, I think. Man, OJ. Okay, we're gonna get this back. Speaking of Happy Gilmore, I totally saw today that they're making a sequel to Happy Gilmore. I'm just like, boy, like, I honestly think Happy Gilmore is a fantastic comedy. It's up there. But we don't need a sequel. No one needs or wants a sequel. Just leave the classics alone. Leave all these good movies alone. No, we don't. I'll answer that question straight up for you. No, we do not need a sequel to Happy Gilmore. Like, what is there to tell? Really? Like, we don't need to see where Shooter McGavin is at this point in life. He's, like, what, is he gonna be in a wheelchair? Like, come on. Mr. Larson is dead, so he's not gonna be able to be in it. Like, come on. Oh man, we don't need it. No one wants it either. That's the thing. If you polled like 1,000 people and said, hey, would you be in favor of a Happy Gilmore sequel? 1,000 people would say no. Anyone who said yes is lying. They don't care. Hollywood has been out of ideas for decades at this point, and it's like, it's just so obvious. They're just throwing everything at the wall at this point to see what sticks. And the thing too is, I think, I mean, this is a much bigger conversation, but I think it's, I think it is really telling that all this is lowering the quality of everything else, because all of this is just content. Because who cares what it is? So it's not art at that point. It's not artistic expression. It's not anything other than a product. And it's just, it's such a bummer, man. That's why I don't go to the movies anymore. I haven't been to the movie theater in years at this point. And I don't intend to go back anytime soon. Like I'm trying to think of the words. It's like, it's in my brain. It is deteriorating, and it's gotta come to me. It's tainting the legacy of some of those movies and or creators. Like, say what you will about Adam Sandler, but 90s Adam Sandler was like on the top of the world. In SNL, multi-millionaire, making tons of movies, you know, Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore, The Wedding Singer. Those are awesome movies. Those are great comedies. I don't care who you are. Those are legit, awesome, good movie comedies. And it just, when you see him just churn out year after year, all these really just terrible movies, it's like, man, it taints the legacy. And this is just me speaking. I would rather be known for a handful of excellently made movies over several dozen movies where like 3 of them were really good and everything else was like an abomination to art. That's just me though. Didn't mean to go on a rant there, but hey, Happy Gilmore 2 will bring it out in me. Okay, come on. Come on, Whitewater. Let's do this. Let's get some good scores in it up in here. Oh, another underrated Happy Gilmore or Adam Sandler movie, Mr. Deeds. Yes. Top Gun Maverick is awesome and definitely one of those. And that's 100% because of Tom Cruise. Say what you will about Tom Cruise as a person and a psychopath, but I will watch any and every movie he is in that he works on and produces. Man, I love Tom Cruise as an actor. Oh my gosh, it was awesome because when Maverick came out, again, I haven't been to the movie theaters in years, so we didn't get to see it in movie theaters. And then one night, like late last year, I think, so just like probably about 7 months ago, my wife and I were scrolling through and we're like, oh, Top Gun Maverick. And I was like, man, I want to watch that. do you care if I watch that? Because she always says, hey, I want to watch stuff with you. So if there's something you want to watch, let me know and I'll tell you if I want to watch it with you or if you can watch it on your own. I'm like, all right, fine. So I said, I really, really, really want to watch this movie because I've heard good things about it. I've heard excellent things about it. Please let me, like, do you want to watch it? And she goes, what is it about? I'm like, it's a sequel to Top Gun. She's like, what's Top Gun about? I'm like, it's Tom Cruise, you know, playing volleyball with a bunch of hot, sweaty dudes and maybe some planes are flying over. And she's like, okay, yeah, but I want to see the first one. I'm like, yeah, if you haven't seen the first one, you got to see it because it's a sequel. And she's like, let's do it. And so we just watched Top Gun, the first one, and then we watched Top Gun Maverick right afterwards. We like double featured it. And it was so much fun. And man, Top Gun 2, man, Maverick is, like you said, it's probably better than the first one. I think it is better. From a movie making standpoint, it definitely is. And how they brought Val Kilmer in with his disease, man. Oh, just the perfect way to bring him in, to do honor to him. I don't know if you've seen the documentary that they did on Val Kilmer, but his son basically put together a documentary on Val Kilmer called Val. I think it's on Amazon Prime, so you could watch it right now if you wanted to. But it's really well done. It talks about him getting throat cancer and all that stuff, and it's just like, wow. What a crazy life that dude has led. And to have that happen to him where it just ruined his, you know, definitely ruined his life, but he's fighting it and coming back from it and all that. And it's just like, wow, that's super cool that Tom Cruise put him in that movie in his condition because he said, you have to be a part of this. I'm going to make it happen. And he made it happen. It's just like, Tom Cruise, solid dude, man. Love Val Kilmer. I know it's a weird thing to say, but I think he's the best. He is the best Bruce Wayne. I love Batman Forever. It's my favorite Batman movie. I don't think it's the best. I think it's my favorite though. I have a genuine love for that movie that most people don't. But I think he is the best Bruce Wayne. He looks the part. He's got the, you know, the chiseled good looks, playboy. Like, I love Michael Keaton too, but he does not look like Bruce Wayne. I'm sorry. The weird, you know, curly hair and stuff has just never looked like Bruce Wayne to me. Even though Batman 89, the original Tim Burton movie, is probably the first main big kid movie that I saw in the theaters. I saw that when I was 4 years old. My mom took me to go see Batman. And I have vivid memories of that Joker scene where he's in the room with all the guys and he does the joy buzzer. And I remember it was opening day. The line was around the theater and my mom and I stood in line for hours to go see that movie. She took me and it was just so awesome. And it was so jam-packed that we had to sit in the very front row. And my mom said, all right, let's do it. And we sat in the very front row and my neck was craned sky high the entire time and I loved it. I'll always remember that. My mom's awesome. She's a trooper. I talk to her about it every once in a while, like especially on Sunday when it was Mother's Day. Like we sat and had a chat and that was really nice. And I was like, do you remember doing this for me? She's like, no, I have no recollection of doing something like that for you. And I was like, yes, you did. And that was awesome. And I love you. Thank you. Five-time playfield. As long as it doesn't go down the gutter.
It's a boulder bash!
Come on. Whew. I think we're close. We're at like 80 million. I think we might be able to get something going here. Whew. Oh my gosh. This is what I'm talking about, the weird juggling. Is that 10 million? Ah. Give me some more movies to talk about, man. I'm down. Beetlejuice 2 is coming again, another sequel. No one wanted, no one asked for. I will say, I am very happy they didn't go with Beetlejuice 2, Beetlejuice Goes Hawaiian, because that was the working title and script for like almost a decade and a half or 2 decades. I remember reading like early 2000, they were doing Beetlejuice 2, Beetlejuice Goes Hawaiian. And I was like, they can't, please stop, please no. But we don't need another Beetlejuice, just leave it alone. What is his name? What was the movie called? And, you know, they are doing the whole thing like, the first one's called Beetlejuice. The second one is called Beetlejuice. What do you think? They're gonna try and do a trilogy. And what is the third one gonna be? It's gonna be Beetlejuice, right? Okay, I think we hit our 100 million. High score 4. That's nothing. That's 5th. That's the last place. Yay, 130. That's not too bad. For me going on a rant about Val Kilmer and Beetlejuice. All right. That was Whitewater. Let's do another one. Trying to think. The Pinbot series is actually really good. Is it Earthquake? Earthshaker? I'm trying to think of there has to be a couple comedy sequels that are good. There has to be. I'm just trying to think of one. Nothing's come to my mind, but I'm also trying to figure out a pinball table to play. So give me, is it Roadshow? I do remember Roadshow as well. Whirlwind. This is the one that I was talking about. I remember the backsplash of this. Yes, with the spinny whirlwinds. It was funny. We had a tornado in our town last Wednesday, and it was actually terrifying. And it caused a ton of damage. And it was like, oh, and it touched down right near our house. Luckily, it wasn't in the way of our house. But we went out the next couple of days, and we drove by the site where it touched down and started tearing through. And I was just like, wow, that place is decimated. Oh my gosh, terrifying. Don't mess around with tornadoes. But I was referencing this table when I was talking about it. I was like, should I stream Whirlwind right now? And my wife's like, shut up. Stop being an idiot. A good comedy sequel. I'm trying to think, man. Like, all the comedies that I can think of are all pretty original, and they don't really do sequels. That's the thing. Like, you have a comedy, it's a one and done. It's only up into the last 15 years or so where they really started going full force on these sequels that no one wants. Like Dumb and Dumber 2. And I'm not talking about the Dumb and Dumber When Harry Met Lloyd, that sequel. Oh my gosh. I forget that movie exists, and whenever I think about it, I go, that's right. They did a prequel to Dumb and Dumber where they're in high school, and it is one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life. It is legitimately awful and terrible. I just remember, the only thing I remember about that movie is Bob Saget is the dad of the girl he's trying to date. And Harry or Lloyd goes in the bathroom and has a bathroom emergency or whatever. And he somehow, I think it's poop, or it might be some like chocolate, like ice cream or something. I think it's actually poop though. And he smears it all over the entire bathroom walls. And Bob Saget is just screaming that there's poop on his walls. And that's the only part of that movie that I remember at all. It's so awful. And I saw it in theaters. We snuck into the theater, so we didn't pay for it because I was in high school. I think I was in high school when that came out, or maybe early college. College kids do stupid things too. Yeah, I'm not good at this one. Hey, we got a high score though. We had a movie theater that we would go to, and we wouldn't pay for movies when we were younger. Like, we would always just like hang out there and just walk in and watch movies like on a near daily basis. We also had a friend that worked there that would let us in too. What? No, let's not shut down the computer. No, thank you. All right, let's play a good pinball table. That was Whirlwind. Like I said, I'm not great at that. Trying to think, what else could we play? What else could we play? Medieval Madness is one of my favorites for sure. You know what? We haven't played the Pinbot series, so let's do the Bride of Pinbot. I really like this table. I think this is a cool table. Bride of Pinbot. You're still here, Faustism. Awesome.
Welcome to the
Whoa.
casino.
Wait, hold on. This isn't the one. That's... Oh, I only accidentally hit Jackbot. No, we want Pinbot, or the Bride of Pinbot. What have you been doing? Just hanging out? Okay, wow. I thought that was the middle of the table right there with all the lights going in. I thought that was the Enterprise, the Starship Enterprise from Star Trek for a second there. And I was like, did I hit the Next Generation table? All right. Bride of Pinbot, let's do it. Basically, you got to light up all of her face features, her eyes and her mouth and stuff, and make her come alive. And then she looks all super creepy. This is a cool table. We'll get there. It's also like a little bit more classic pinball, so you don't have a lot of the crazy features or anything. It's a very simplistic table. But I like the simplistic tables every once in a while, you know? It was funny, while I was playing these tables last summer, my wife and I were going through Everybody Loves Raymond, the TV show. And there's an episode where his brother goes into like a store and there's a robbery, and he like freezes up or whatever and loses his nerves because he's a cop. And so like the robbery happens.
I can speak.
Yeah, and the face turns. That's so cool. And so when he's going into the convenience store and it gets robbed, he like freezes up, even though he's a cop and his partner has to kind of save the day. And the people who are hassling him, or something like that, I can't remember exactly what goes on, but they have a pinball table in the convenience store, and these kids, like these young punk kids, are playing it. And it's this one, this Bride of the Pinbot. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And I pointed that out to my wife, and I was like, remember that pinball table I was playing earlier? And she's like, yeah, the one with the weird face. I'm like, yeah, that's that table in this episode. And she's like, oh, that's cool. She, like, straight up doesn't care. I always like those little coincidences. She did not find the interesting aspect of that, though. Why is the pinball so addictive? Yeah, witchcraft, that's right. This is the witchcraft museum that we didn't get to in Fallout last night because the game crashed. Ooh. But I really like that this table has the those features that flip over and stuff. Ah. Yeah, it might happen. It might. I don't want to have multiple lurk ones, and you will literally be the only one that would ever use it. I try not to have all those commands show, like, have a crap ton of commands. I'm just not good at the command stuff anyways. Like, I just can't think of any interesting stuff that people would want to have. Man, my nose. $5 million. Did I get 6? I got 6. What happened? Let's try that again. Oh man. I got the hankering for the Indiana Jones table again. That table, man, I don't know what it is, but it just brings out something in me. I love the Indiana Jones table. I'm not doing good on this one. Extra ball at 7 million. Yeah, I'm not doing good. Hold on 1 second. Did I already lose? What happened? I didn't even get 1 mil. Okay. One more shot at this one. I'm not doing good on it. I'm doing so not good. I'm losing follower viewers because of it. All right, Vinny, take care, buddy. Have an awesome day. I'll talk to you later. Yeah, this table is not my table, but that's okay. We can learn on another day. I can't believe it's already won, man. Whew. It does not feel like I've been playing pinball for 2 hours. I could like I said, I could probably play this all day. Or all night. Pinball is just super relaxing. Oh, man. Yeah, we're just not getting, like, I'm not even getting her mouth at this point. Okay. What do you say we flip over to a little bit of Indiana Jones trilogy? I'll tell my Disneyland story again, because no one was here for that. All right, let's switch over. It's FX3, right? Yeah. Ah, I love this table. Yep. I want to be able to practice on that stuff. And, you know, be able to stand up and hit the flippers on the left and right and all that. Like, there's just something when it's physical. In a physical form, there's just something to it. So, I remember playing this table a ton at Disneyland. I used to live in Southern California for pretty much most of my life, and I lived about 20 minutes away from Disneyland, so I would go there on a near daily basis. I had a yearly pass, annual pass holder pass, with no blockout days for over a decade. And so, like, I worked really close to Disneyland, like 10 minutes away. And my girlfriend at the time also worked at Disneyland, so I would just constantly be at Disneyland. And it would just be a casual thing, like hang out, eat some good food, go home. And in the near the Indiana Jones ride, they would have a bazaar, like a gift shop, and they had the Indiana Jones table, this one. And I remember just losing so much money on this stupid table. So I always feel happy that I can just sit here and play it for free whenever I want. There's some weird physics. It's not perfect, but it's good enough. And it's a really good table because it kind of incorporates all three indie movies, because there is only 3 indie movies and none others. There's no 4th or 5th one.
We have top men working
Although I've heard the 5th one's not that bad.
top men.
See you tomorrow, Indiana Jones.
Single player results.
Okay, that was not great. You can see I have almost 400 million. So we need to get better at this. But man, that was so much fun going to Disneyland and just like riding Pirates of the Caribbean, Indy, Haunted Mansion, Jungle Cruise, and then going home. And there was definitely times where I would just straight up ride Pirates of the Caribbean and then leave, like to ride one ride really quick and then leave. Because again, it was like, I'm not going in. I've got nothing else better to do. I'm off of work and, you know, it's a not crowded hot day, or it's at night. Going to Disneyland at night is the best. When all the crowds are gone, it's nice and cool. You can walk onto every ride. Yeah, people who work there that are your friends, or like my girlfriend used to work there. Just the best. Man, I remember the monkey brain scene in Temple of Doom. That always freaked me out as a kid. That and Mola Ram tearing that dude's heart out. Oh, I lost both of those? We're already at 100 million though, so that's not too bad. Could have been better though. But I remember loving Indiana Jones as a kid. Even Temple of Doom, it's definitely my least favorite. Top men.
See you tomorrow,
I go back and
Single
forth
player
between
results.
Raiders and Last Crusade as my favorite. I can never figure out which one I like more. It's I like both of them just about the same. Raiders is classic, right? But Last Crusade, it has that beginning part where it has the, was it River Phoenix as the young Indiana Jones? And he's on the train and you kind of learn about the whip and the snakes and stuff. Like, it's a really good way to, you know, incorporate some of these classic traits of this character. And then, man, what was that? And then also being able to have Sean Connery as his dad, have Sean Connery's, his character's notebook or whatever, journal, go around with them and then end up getting signed by Hitler. Like just crazy weird stuff. That's a great movie. And it's got the dad aspect and it's got the walk of faith thing. And like, I really like Last Crusade. Ooh, the Well of Souls. Yeah. How many is this? 6, 7 balls? Jeez. Ah. Oh well. It was fun while it lasted. 44 million? I'll take it. Oh, this one's hard. This one's really hard. Ah. I've never done this good on it. Oh, wow. 14 million. I've never done that good. I always die within the first, like, 2 seconds. Man. $84.
Men working on it right now.
Could have been better. Could have been a contender.
See you tomorrow, Indiana Jones.
Single player results.
I just hate that it interrupts the gameplay. Like you have to go to that main menu and it's that lady talking and no, just let me play. And again, this is the reason why I don't like Zen Pinball over Farsight. Farsight Studios, man, they know how to do it. Oh, thanks for the follow, dude. I appreciate that. Farsight just did such a better job with all of these tables, and it's such a bummer that they had all their licenses revoked. Because as good as this table plays, I feel like it would have been much better in the Farsight engine, whatever engine they use. I think they came up with their own style, their own engine, but whatever. It was a long time ago. And then Zen Pinball, they continually do this weird thing where they re-release the tables in a different engine with like better lighting, and then you have to rebuy all the tables as DLC, and it's just like, no, that's really scummy. In the background too, like it's this weird lounge, like this 70s 60s 70s lounge in this background. I don't know, man. I'm not feeling it.
Touch anything.
It's interesting too. Ooh.
You must choose. But choose wisely.
Okay. Oh, I lost it. I think it's this one. Nope.
You have chosen wisely.
Yeah, I have chosen wisely. Thank you. He chose poorly.
There's nothing to fear here.
Take the path of adventure indeed.
So I did grow up with Disneyland and California Adventure and all that. And I've only been to Disney World once. And I can't remember if Disney World has the same Indiana Jones ride or if it's a little bit different. I think it's a little bit different than the Disneyland Indiana Jones ride. But I remember when the Indiana Jones ride came out for the first time and we went on launch day. And oh my gosh, that line was so long, but we rode it and it was awesome. It was for my best friend's birthday, and that was so much fun. Man, lost all my balls. Thanks, short round. Yeah, like so Disney World has basically 4 theme parks all put together. And the main theme park, which is the Magic Kingdom, is basically Disneyland in Florida. But there's some differences. The layout is a little bit different. The rides are a little bit different. The Pirates of the Caribbean ride is different. Haunted Mansion's way different. It's super different from what I remember. And then I can't remember if Indiana Jones is different or not. But they're well done. I'm a big theme park guy, so I love theme parks and I miss going. Even though like Disneyland sucks now and I'll probably never ever go back to a Disney theme park. But oh man, that chanting. Ugh. I still miss it.
We have top men working on it right now. Who? Top men.
Okay, come on. I need another one. I need my fix. I can't stop playing pinball, man. When I start going and when I get going on these games, man, I can't stop myself. I'll play this until 4 o'clock in the morning. We did that back in like February, I think. We were playing this. I played this table for like 4 hours straight. We were just having fun talking and chatting in chat. That was a blast. I loved that night. Six Flags is great. Six Flags was just a little bit farther for us. It was about 2.5, 3 hours. You have to go past LA and all that. And it was just like, ugh. No one wanted to drive through LA. But it's funny because for work, I would always travel and I would go up there. Like we have a company that we work with that's like right across the street. And so like as an older adult, I'm like, you know, it's actually not that far. It's really not that big of a deal. We were a bunch of idiots back when we were younger because it always turned into this, I don't want to drive, you drive. I don't want to drive, you drive. I don't want to waste my gas. You have to pay for gas. Well, I don't want to pay for gas. And like there was times where we said, all right, hey, let's all hang out at my house. Okay, cool. So we'd hang out at my house. It'd be like 6 o'clock and everyone's like, hey, we should get dinner. Okay, well, what are we going to do? Let's go to Taco Bell. It's right down the street. Okay, who's going to drive? And we would complain about driving 10 minutes down the street for like an hour to the point where everyone's like, you know what? I'm just going to go home. Like that would happen so often. Me and my friends still talk about it to this day. We're like, we were a bunch of idiots. Why did it matter so much to us when we were younger? Like high school, early college. I guess it's because we had no money, but then it just, it was just ridiculous that we would complain that much about it, to the point where people just left instead of going to get something to eat really quick and coming back and hanging out for a while. Man, come on, Ryan. Come on. Those were good times. I miss those times. I miss hanging out with my friends like that. We all grew up. We all have families now. Like I was talking to him today. Like we talk every day. We're in a group chat for like 15 years at this point. Like since group chat on cell phones became a thing, like day one, basically we all got in a group chat together and we literally talk all day, every day for years. And we were just talking tonight about the new X-Men cartoon. The last episode aired and we were talking about that, coming up with all these theories and stuff, like we were kids again. So much fun. Temple of Doom, dude. What a messed up movie. I know people say it's not that bad nowadays, and I mean, I agree. I don't think it's that bad. It's an Indiana Jones movie. It's good. But it's very, very different than Raiders and Last Crusade. And again, there is no third or fourth or fifth indie movie. Just like there is no Star Wars episode 1, 2, or 3. Just like there is no Batman and Robin movie. That's always a thing we say. We just disregard movies that we can't stand like that. It's like, oh, that doesn't exist. What are you talking about? Batman and Robin. There was no fourth Batman movie in the 90s. And again, like I said earlier, I know some people have their issues with Batman Forever, but Batman Forever is an awesome movie. Jim Carrey's the Riddler. Like, how can you go wrong? Hey, how's it going? Nice, dude. Awesome. Well, welcome in. I hope you have fun. We're playing some pinball. We're playing the Indiana Jones Trilogy pinball table right now. If you want to ask me anything, I'm an open book. You can ask me anything you want, or you just hang out and have fun. Hopefully you catch some fun stories that I tell. Use channel points, do whatever you want. You are absolutely welcome here. What is a Christian? Someone who follows Jesus Christ. Oh, do you not know? Were you just kind of searching stuff and you don't know any of that stuff? Or are you just kind of being a little facetious? Because it's really hard to tell when the chat gets texted or spoken in a robot voice to you. Genuinely, like let me know and I'll be more than happy to talk to you about anything. Ah, man.
Don't touch anything.
Those ones where the ball just goes straight down the gutter. Ugh. Those are rough. Oh, bummer, dude. They shouldn't ban you for that. That doesn't make sense. So, I don't ban anyone unless they absolutely deserve it. If it's something really where it's gonna ruin the environment, the chat, you know, the vibe of the chat or whatever you want to call it. The only people that I've ever banned are spammers, you know, like bots and spammers. I don't ban anyone. I'll tell you if you do something wrong, I'll just say, hey, you know, like let's be cool, and you know, I don't want to have anyone banned. I don't want to have warn anyone or time anyone out. I welcome everyone here. So if you're asking what is a Christian, Christianity is a religion. There's many facets to it. I'm non-denominational, which basically means I follow the Holy Bible. There is one God. There is his son, Jesus Christ, who died for us and for the sins of the world. And we are saved in him. And we get to go to heaven because of Jesus. So that's like the boilerplate, like basic thing that you can talk about. It's hard to get into a very spiritual discussion while streaming video games, but I'll be more than happy to talk to you about anything if you have questions. I'm mainly here to be a good witness and just hang out and have fun and play video games with people. But if you got questions, man, I'm more than happy to answer those. Ooh. Oh, we got the medallion. Sweet.
Don't touch anything.
Hey, we got the eternal life. Sweet. When it goes down the gutter like that immediately, it always bums me out. I'm glad we got that little save the ball thing for a couple seconds. But my name's Ryan. I used to own a video game store back in 2009 to 2013. And I used to own a video game store in Southern California. And I would buy, sell, and trade video games. And so a lot of the stories that I tell are from that era because people are always interested in about, oh, wow, you owned a video game store. What was that like? And I've got some pretty cool stories about going to E3 and meeting a lot of game developers and stuff.
Junior? Sure, Junior.
Yes, I do. So that is one of the... I used to own real arcade cabinets, all right? I used to own the original Simpsons arcade cabinet, the original 1989 Konami Ninja Turtles arcade cabinet, a couple Neo Geo cabinets. I actually had a Neo Geo cabinet for my wedding. My wife loves video games as well, and so when we got married, we had a Neo Geo cabinet at the wedding so that we can have people play the video games while we're off doing like the photo shoot and doing all that other extra planning stuff. People got to play video games at our wedding, which was super fun. And it was Mass Effect themed because that's my wife's favorite video game. So she was all on board with that. But the thing behind me, it's an arcade 1-up arcade cabinet that is, I think it's a third scale. So it's definitely smaller than a real arcade cabinet and way less heavy. And it's one that it has like 12 arcade games or something like that in it. But I also have a Blitz, an NFL Blitz cabinet on the other side. You just can't see it because the camera's not pointed that way. Yeah, the Ninja Turtles, the arcade game, which was technically called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, the arcade game on NES? Or was it the original one with the dam level that had the electric eels in the dam?
Single player results.
Did I get a good score? No, I didn't. Ugh. The one with the special Pizza Hut coupon and what was it? It had like some special levels too, like made for that port on it. It's a solid port, especially for NES, arcade to NES port. Solid port. I should just restart. What was that garbage? I didn't even get 1,000,000 points on that ball. I love the Ninja Turtles. I always have, always will. What's your favorite Ninja Turtle? Who is your favorite? Because everyone's got a favorite. If you're in chat and you're watching, what is your favorite Ninja Turtle? Everyone has to chime in. That is, I command everyone has to say their favorite Ninja Turtle. Leo, nice. My wife's brother's name is Leonardo, and when I first heard that, I was like, wait, what? Really? Can I call him Leo? And he's like, she goes, yeah, he goes by Leo. And I'm like, sweet. Also Leo, nice, awesome. You don't meet a lot of people whose favorite turtle is Leo. It's always Raphael. Everyone that I know, everyone always says Raphael is their favorite. So before I tell you what mine is, what do you think my Splinter's rad? Give it up for Splinter, right? What do you think my favorite turtle is? Before I tell you, which one do you think my favorite turtle is? Ooh, Donnie. Okay. Anyone else? I'll give you a few seconds here to type in and give a chat before I give it. Let's see how far I can get before I answer. So, my favorite color is purple. I love purple. It's always been my favorite color. Color of royalty, and also just a very rare color. And I love Prince as well. Not because of the color purple. I've genuinely liked Prince's music, but it is not Donatello. It is Michelangelo, the party dude. I love Michelangelo. Me and Mikey, man, we are both party dudes. Pretty much my entire attire for all of high school and college and up until probably I started dating my wife was Hawaiian shirts. I am just that type of dude. That is my personality. So I've always gravitated to Michelangelo. Although I don't like the color orange. I've come around on it though. I've always come around. I've definitely come around on the color orange being used a little bit more.
Holy smoke, my friend! I'm so pleased you're not dead!
Ah, Sala. Indy is gonna get me right now. Sala is a master of disguise. You'll never find him, and then immediately gets found. So did anyone watch the newer, not the newest, I mean, there was that new cartoon movie. Was it the Mutant Mayhem or something? I didn't see it. My nephew loves the Ninja Turtles, so I'm giving him all my old Ninja Turtle action figures. I didn't see the new movie, but if you saw okay, so I'm a kid of the 80s. I love the Ninja Turtles. I grew up with the Ninja Turtles. I had all of the action figures. Yes, they are making a Last Ronin. Oh my gosh. A new Last Ronin Turtles game. I'm so excited for it. That's such a phenomenal story. If you have not read the Last Ronin story, get it. Get it, read it, and be blown away by the game that comes out in 2 to 3 years, hopefully. I want that game's going to take a while to come out if it's going to be good, and I'm 100% okay with it taking as long as they need to make a good Last Ronin game. Oh my gosh. And I will not spoil, and please no one else spoil that story because it is a phenomenal story. So we won't talk about spoilers here, but Last Ronin is awesome. Oh, man.
Don't touch anything.
But oh, what I was gonna say is the 2012 Nickelodeon cartoon blew me away by how well it's done. The art style I was not into when I first watched it, when it first came out. Like in 2012, I was like, why am I watching a Ninja Turtles cartoon? I'm an adult. But I was like, I have nothing else to watch. And like I was talking about earlier, I love old TV, or I love TV, love movies. And so I did end up just watching it, and I was like, I'll give it a shot. It's got like, I think at the time, Jason Biggs was Leo, voice acting Leo. I think Seth Green is in it as well, and a couple other people. And I was like, you know, I'll give it a shot. And over the course of, I think they did 5 seasons, that is a phenomenal TV show.
Don't touch anything.
Yeah, the Turtles in the Batman animated movie, that was really good. Is so weird seeing them together. If you want another good read, if you've read The Last Ronin and you want another good Turtles read, obviously the Mirage comics, the originals are fantastic, but the IDW run for the first 100 issues, some of my favorite comics. I could not stop. So I read comics every night before I go to bed. Like I'll end this stream, I'll be very tired, and I'll read at least an issue of something tonight. I'm in the middle of Batman Gotham Knights right now, and I'm about to start the War Games story arc. But the IDW run back in, I think it was the early 2000s it started, and it's just got to like issue 150, being on and off for years. The first 100 issues are unbelievably cool because Kevin Eastman still, you know, writes for Turtles, and that was like his like reboot. And it kind of is interesting because it takes lore of the Turtles from a couple different storylines, like how the Turtles were created, who Splinter is, and all this stuff. Like, is Splinter a human that turned into a rat, or was he a rat that was a pet of a human, you know? Like, they kind of take aspects of all of the stuff and even the movies, and they kind of meld it into one, and it's really cool. And they come up with a really interesting design for Krang in the android body.
I came here to save you. And who's gonna come to save you, Junior?
Stop calling me Junior.
I should have mailed it to the Marksboro. Will you take it easy?
Harrison Ford is a grumpy old man, and I love it. His line delivery is the best. But yeah, like I love comics. If you were gonna say, hey Ryan, what are your recommendations for comics? I just want something good to read. I would say Batman. Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem, dude. Just want to ask. That's totally fine too. What was I gonna say? Oh, if you were gonna say, hey Ryan, what is some good like comic recommendations? I would say anything by Tim Sale and Jeff Loeb, like the whole Batman Long Halloween, Dark Victory, and what's the other one? Haunted Night trilogy of books. Those are great. I love Batman. Batman's like my favorite. The G.I. Joe run is also really good by Larry Hama. Like I said, I'm a kid of the 80s. Love G.I. Joe growing up. Some Spidey comics. Okay. You've got Maximum Carnage and Separation Anxiety. Is the Todd McFarlane run of Spider-Man. Spider-Man Blue by Tim Sale and Jeff Loeb. And what else? I'm trying to think. There's definitely a bunch I'm just not remembering at this top of my head. Yeah, Separation Anxiety is not as good, but it's still like, hey, it's kind of one of the classics. Man, I'm trying to think. So when I was a kid, when I was in like junior high, the Clone Saga was going on with Ben Reilly. And I remember hating it. Dude, Maximum Carnage on the Super Nintendo with the red cartridge, right? It had that red cartridge, so cool. Yeah. Oh, Ben Reilly, the Clone Saga. I remember hating Ben Reilly. I was just like, Peter Parker is Spider-Man, none of this Ben Reilly crap. And then, you know, I just, like, at some point I was like, whatever. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Oh, here you go.
Game
Hold on.
paused.
Here is the best Spider-Man story that I've read in probably 10 years. Spider-Man Life Story. Spider-Man Life Story is basically almost like an anthology, but it's oh crap. I really messed up. Hold on. I messed up the view. And they have this weird like graphic setting. So it's got like this like animated Indiana Jones that like hangs out, the CGI like just character model. I think the only thing that I like about this is the forest, the green forest on the sides. And I'll do it again here really quick. So you can see the sides of the table are black in the regular, like, hey, non-enhanced version. But then you got like that green forest on the sides and the sun and the shadows and stuff. I like that. But the weird tank and the Ark of the Covenant and everything else, ugh, no thanks. I don't need that. I don't need that in my life. Now I got to figure out what view I need to get back to. But Life Story basically follows Spider-Man from the 60s into the early 2000s as him growing up and continually aging. It is really interesting because not only is it like following him from like the 60s to the 70s to the 80s to the 90s, it also has its time period specific. Like it's a timepiece almost, where everyone's wearing the same clothes. You have that vibe of that time era for each of those decades. It's really interesting. I can't remember who writes it, but I believe it's Life Story. And they've done a few of them. They did a Fantastic Four Life Story, Spider-Man Life Story, Daredevil Life Story, perhaps? I can't remember. I don't think I read that. But yeah, that's probably one of my favorite Spider-Man books. It was Life Story, or whatever it's called. Oh, it's so nice to talk about comics. When I owned my video game store, I also had a friendship with the local comic store as well. And so we would always recommend customers to each other because there was a lot of overlap and we weren't in competition or anything. Hey, no problem, dude. Thank you so much for hanging out, following. I hope to get to talk to you again real soon. Take care, man. Have an awesome day, night, wherever you are in the world, and God bless, man. All right. So I would have this friendship with the local comic book store, and I would go in there. And this is when I was single. I was owning my own store. You know, I was well off, and I would go into that store and like drop $100 at least a week on comics, graphic novels, new issues, old issues, back issues, all that type of stuff. And oh my gosh, it was just, I had so much stuff to read, and I loved that time because I was just reading pretty much anything I wanted to. Like literally at least $100 a week in comics. And so I read some really interesting, cool stuff. Ah, man, I just let that one go. 200,000, almost 182,000 or million. Okay, good. I was gonna say, come on now. If I owned this table in real life, I would probably lock those gates so that the ball couldn't roll down the gutter. I hate those things. Lock them in so that they would roll back into the flipper area, whatever the flipper area is called. I'm a little non-technical when it comes to pinball. Nice, dude. That's awesome. I have a few comics. I have a lot more graphic novels, not straight up single issues anymore. Unfortunately, one of the main reasons is I lost it all in a water damage incident in my house. So pretty much my entire collection of video games, comics, movies, everything got destroyed. And so I lost pretty much everything I owned at one point, about just about a decade ago. And so that was a real big bummer. And I lost a lot of comics. They were all just water damaged and ruined. But I still have a few of them, which is nice. But they're all mostly graphic novels at that point. Nice. Bloodborne graphic novels. I didn't know they made graphic novels of Bloodborne. Oh, that's interesting. I'm assuming it like expands upon the story and stuff. Or is it a retelling of the game? Hit ball for multi-ball. We need that multi-ball. Oh, come on. Okay. Your tank chase.
Where's my father?
How many are there? Is there a lot of them or is it just a few of them? Because that sounds interesting. So when I used to own my game store, I would go to E3 every year because I could. It was this is still when it was industry only. Hey, I hit that ball. That should be multi-ball at this point. And so when I would go to E3, I went the year that Bloodborne was being shown. And I went behind closed doors. We saw the demo and all that stuff, and it was really cool. I actually have a Bloodborne E3 t-shirt that they made, it like specialty made for the show. Because, I mean, when you're at conventions, like the big thing is swag, right? So they would, pretty much every big game, the swag would be a t-shirt. I would come home from E3 with like at least 20 t-shirts every year of video game t-shirts. And again, I lost most of them, but I do have Bloodborne one. It's in my closet. I saw it this afternoon. It's cool. It's got the main character on the back, like I think it's left or right side, and it's just like the silhouette. And then I think on the side of the arm it says Bloodborne, and that's it. Like it's a black t-shirt, and on the back is just the character, and then the word Bloodborne either on this one of the side of the arms, and that's it.
Single player results.
It's really interesting. Oh, I got a decent score on that one. All right. 6 of them. Okay. What are you mastering in? What's your masters? See, like, sometimes when the ball just goes straight down the middle like that. Theology, nice.
Where's my father?
May heaven in the belly of that steaming beast.
That seems like a really tough thing to master in. Oh my gosh. Oh, dang. Okay, nice. Awesome. I mean, a lot of my friends are in that field, a lot of them. I grew up in the church, and so we would always have people who would want to go into that group. And like youth group, we would have a lot of people who go like, I want to be a pastor when I grow up. So I still know a lot of people who are in that field. Oh, come on. Come on now. Oh man, I was talking to my dad the other day on Sunday, and I was talking to him about something, and I could not think of the word, and I just thought of it. It just came to me now. I'm like, I know I'm gonna think, I know I'm gonna remember it. It just came to me. We were talking about seminary. You popped that thing in my brain.
Indiana Jones.
Single player results.
Well, you know what they say about having a family. And children are like a quiver, right? A quiver of arrows. Oh, thanks for the follow, dude. I appreciate that. Come on. What is going on with that? Just straight down the middle there. Again. Come on now. But yeah, I grew up in the church, and so when I was at youth group, our church, our youth pastor was or is Jason Carson of the Supertones. I don't know if you ever heard of the Orange County Supertones, but he was our youth pastor growing up. I love ska, especially Christian ska. It was always really fun. I grew up listening to ska, and oh my gosh, it's just one of my favorite genres of music. It's so happy. Like, I like all genres of music for the most part. There's only a few that I really don't care for or like, but ska is like up there. It's like one of my favorites. But man, if you're gonna go either to a doctorate or a family, a baby, man. Whew. Oh, Orange County Supertones. Go look them up. They're Orange County was where we grew up. It was the town in Southern California that we grew up in, and they were a band, a Christian ska band in the late 90s, early 2000s. I'm trying to think of like other bands of that era, but they were more a lot of the other ones I'm thinking of, like POD or DC Talk, stuff like that. They were all different genres. Ska was such a unique style, still a unique style. Haha! Extra ball lit. Just need to get up that lane. Oh. Tell you, man.
We have top men.
Top men. Top men.
Who? Top men.
Heck yeah. Christian metal, dude. Striper. Right?
Single player results.
I mean, Striper, and I can't think of any others off the top of my head. That's always the one I go to, but I mean, there's a ton out there. Who did I like? It was Christian, like late 90s, early 2000s more than anything else. It was Zao, Z-A-O, Zao. I really liked. I loved one of their first albums. Fit for a King. Okay. Skillet, yep. Skillet, Newsboys, Audio Adrenaline. I'm just naming Christian bands at this point. I'm not naming metal ones. Disciple, So another one of my favorite bands was not so much anymore. Their original albums and stuff. Five Iron Frenzy, another ska rock band. They were more goofy though, which is why I like them. And that's, like I said, with being more like Michelangelo, kind of just party loving, fun loving. I really, really loved Five Iron Frenzy for a long time. Yeah, DC Talk, like I loved DC Talk growing up. Newsboys, Audio Adrenaline. I'm trying to think of others. There's just like all those little ones that I remember. What is it? Oh, PAX 217. I don't know if you've ever heard of PAX 217 before. They were another one that we really liked because the drummer went to our church. I'm friends with them. I talked to him a while ago, about 5 years ago at this point. It's Monkey, right? It's Monkey or Head, I can't remember, of Korn, yeah. A few members of Korn turned into Christians, which was really interesting. Head, right. I think like 2 different members turned into Christians, and I was like, oh, that's cool. Love and Death, okay. I'm gonna have to check that out. I would like to listen to that, see what it's all about. I mean, why not, right? It's interesting when you talk to people about music and you're like, oh yeah, you know, maybe you should check this band out. I think you might like them. And they're like, okay, yeah, no. It's like, what do you mean no? Like, I'm giving you a recommendation. It's free. You can just go look it up, like YouTube it or put it on Spotify. It's not going to cost you anything. Why are you saying no? It's funny when I tell people that, like, even video games at this point are becoming very easy to get into and very, you know, oh, it's not costing you anything. Just give it a try. And people are like, whatever. Like you can say, oh, this thing is on Game Pass. Do you have Game Pass? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, just try it. Just download it really quick. Try it out. See if you like it. I think you'll like it. And they're like, maybe, maybe not. I don't know. It's like, come on. Flyleaf. Yes. Flyleaf, which was in Rock Band. I remember playing that song and going, oh, I kind of like this. And then hearing that they were Christian, right? And I was like, all right, that's cool. I liked that they put some more, you know, unknown type of bands or lesser known bands in Rock Band because I was a huge Rock Band nut. On most Saturdays, I do a Rock Band night and I do a bunch of songs in Rock Band on stream, which is super fun. This last Saturday, I think it was Saturday, maybe Sunday, I did Beatles Rock Band. So I played a bunch of Beatles Rock Band songs. And that was a lot of fun. Because the Beatles was also one of my favorite bands growing up. I grew up on 80s and classic rock music and Christian music, but that was kind of a little bit more later on. Unless it was worship music, I really wasn't, you know, aware of it until probably junior high when I started. No, I say about 6th grade. 6th grade is when I started really getting into Christian music. Yeah, about 6th grade, I'd say.
You're meddling with powers you cannot possibly.
And that's where I started getting into ska and some other stuff. It's like, all right, cool, I like this. Like I said, I could play this table all night. It's one of those tables that flows really well, so you can kind of just infinitely go. It doesn't get boring because there's so much stuff happening all the time. Oh, come on, Ryan. There we go. What is up with these? There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Come on. MTG. Okay, so that is... That is... Is it more like dance music? I'm trying to remember if I'm thinking... Do they do the Electric Feel? Is that the same band? Oh, Magic the Gathering. Okay, I thought that was the band. Magic, okay. I've never been into Magic, and it's just more for the fact that I'm not a card game person. I've never been a card game person. One of my best friends loves and still is into Magic. He tried to get me into it, and I was just like, I'm not digging it, dude. Like, I don't know. It's just not my thing. But hey, that's awesome, dude. He still collects cards and stuff like that. He'll like text me every once in a blue moon. Hey, do you want to play a round of Magic? I'm like, nah, I'm good, thanks. Still not into card games. Like, even video game card games, like there's a lot of games now that are like really into like using those types of mechanics. And I'm just like, my eyes kind of glaze over a little bit. And I think it's probably more for the fact that those cards are so expensive too, to get like the good stuff, and you have to build up a good deck and all that. I'm just like, and you have to have people to play with, right? That's the thing, is it's not a single player game, right? Like, you have to play with others. That's kind of the biggest drawback for me, is because it's like my wife and I, and that's pretty much it. We live across the country from any and all of my friends. That's fine. I always like hearing, and that's the kind of the thing about me, is I will never disregard something off the bat. Like, even if I don't personally like it, I can always find something interesting about something. If someone can tell me something interesting about a subject matter, like, you've captivated me. Like, I'm always willing to learn. So if you were like, oh yeah, Magic, and like you went on like this rant for like 45 minutes about how great Magic is, and like collecting decks is super awesome, and you know, building the perfect deck and all that, if you can talk about it with passion, I'm interested. I'm interested in what you have to say. And I love that. There is a video game version. Really? I mean, I'm sure I knew that at some point. I just haven't thought about it. I know there's video game styles. Oh, we should have. Okay. Yes, extra ball. Heck yeah. I'm trying to think of, is it just called Magic the Gathering? And is it newer, or is it like on console, like an old school classic console? Because I can't remember if it's, I can't remember any classic console ones. Yeah, strategy. Something I'm bad at. I wish I was better at strategy games. MTG Arena. Okay, on PC and mobile, all right. You know, and with me, I'm always willing to give it something a chance. Especially if someone can tell me why, like, it should be worth my time or whatever. I'm always like, yeah, I'll give it a chance. I'll try it out. Absolutely. If someone can find something enjoyable in it and tell me why, I'm always down to try something out. Give it the old college try, if you will. Even if it might not be up my alley in the first place, you know, I'm always open to having my mind change on that type of stuff. It's something that I've kind of really noticed and liked about streaming is I can get, you know, suggestions from users, and they'll say, oh, you should really play this, you should really try this, you should watch this. And I might go, it doesn't sound like something I'm into, but I'll always try it out. And then if I try it out and I like it, I go, all right, sweet, awesome. That's something new that I like now that I didn't think I was gonna like before. Most of it's frustrating, yeah. I can imagine. Ah, man. $3.16. Oh yes, It Takes Two is fantastic. That is a great game. I was reading up the other day. I was like, I saw some post and they were like, oh yeah, let's recap the top 10 games or the top games of every year for the last decade. And I went through and I was reading them. I'm like, yeah, I remember that. I remember that. I remember that. And what, 2 years ago in 2021? Was it 2021 or 22? Man, all those years melted together. When that game came out, I was like, I forgot It Takes Two won Game of the Year for most people in that year because it was so abysmal that I can't remember the guys, the studio name, but that studio that put out like Brothers 2, Tale of Two Sons, and No Way Out, and then It Takes Two. I was like, that was people's Game of the Year, which is, it's a really good game, but it's just like #1 top Game of the Year. Like, it's an indie game. It's pretty crazy. But again, it's a super great game. I agree. It's awesome. Ooh, multi-ball. All right. Oh yeah, totally. I miss couch co-op. That's one of the best parts about that game too, is being able to play it with someone else. And I mean, it's really interesting because that guy, you know, if you ever read into his backstory, like the reason why he made Brothers Tale of Two Sons is because, like, in his home country, he basically had to go through like his brother dying in a war and burying his own brother and stuff like that. And so he's really into co-op stuff and those experiences because of his brother. And it's like, whoa, okay, wow. And then you play those games with that knowledge, it changes the way it's presented. And he's making games that no one else is making too, which is awesome. And there needs to be more games like that. Another group of games that is really fun with your wife, if you haven't played these either, is Overcooked and No Way Out. Overcooked and Moving Out, both sequels. Overcooked 1 and 2 and Moving Out 1 and 2. Those are great games. My wife loves those games. She always talks to me and she goes, did we play Overcooked 2? I'm like, yes, we did. Did we play Moving Out? Yes, we did.
I keep telling you, you listen me more, you live longer.
Ooh, minecart. Aw, man. One tunnel passed. Nice.
Don't touch anything.
I would love to play Halo with my wife. She's not a big shooter person or multiplayer person other than those types of games, but it's funny. Like, she plays Mass Effect. She loves Mass Effect, and she loves Skyrim and Starfield. And I'm like, I thought you didn't like shooters. I don't like shooters, but I like these games. Okay. Like, she went through Unity and Starfield like 8 times. She's put hundreds of hours into that game. and Skyrim as well. Wow, 470 million. Heck yes. My wife, when we got married, she watched me play the DLC of The Witcher 3 because I did play through it before we got married, and she didn't see it. But like once we got married, I was like, hey, I still need to play the DLC. You want to watch it? And she's like, yeah, of course. And she got really into it to the point where she's like, hey, the Witcher TV show's coming out. You want to watch it? I'm like, of course. So we, like, she super got into the Witcher TV show too. Dude, I obliterated my previous high score. Sweet. Okay, now again, this is kind of what I do. So we gotta play something new.
Single player and hot.
That's awesome. That's a great memory to have. That's sweet. Let's go back to Pinball Arcade. And let's do, let's do a little bit of Terminator. Little T2, little Arnie action. When we were dating, my wife and I lived a mountain between us because I lived up a mountain. She lived down at the bottom of the mountain. And so I never wanted her to drive up it, so I would always have to go down, and she was living with her parents and stuff like that too. So like going over at like 3 o'clock in the morning was a little like, I'm not gonna make your parents mad. I tried to be the proper gentleman.
Judgment Day.
Oh, did I mess up the ball? The ball's all weird now? Oh well. This is a hard table. Oh, that ball's gonna mess me up. Dude, wow. Where are you in the world? So you're on the other side of the pond, I guess. Because I'm in the United States and it is 2 a.m. here.
Don't move.
Oh, 6 a.m. Okay, you're in Arkansas. Okay. 6 a.m. is coming fast, so you got to get some sleep. You got to get up at 6 a.m. Got it. Well, dude, thank you so much for hanging out. Thanks for talking. I hope you have a wonderful night's sleep. God bless, and hope to talk to you some more soon, man. Thank you so much for stopping in and having a great old chat.
Take your best shot.
All right. I'm gonna try and do this. Yes.
Great shot.
Thank you, Arnold. It was a great shot, wasn't it? This is a hard table. This is a very difficult table. All right. So I played this game, or this table, at our pinball, keep messing that up, at our pizza parlor. It was called Ballpark Pizza, and it had, depending on if it exists still or not, the best pizza I've ever had in my entire life. Just classic pepperoni and cheese, bar none, the best pizza I've ever had. I miss Ballpark, man. It was so good. And it's funny too, because like I moved away and then I moved back kind of near the same area for a little bit when I had flood damage in my house. And so I moved back in with my parents for like a year while the house was being rebuilt. And there was a new Ballpark Pizza kind of near my parents' house. you know, like 10 miles away or something like that, not super far. And when my wife and I were dating, I was telling her all these stories about Ballpark and how they had a Terminator 2 pinball table and how my friend and I would always play it and it was always super fun. And I would just talk up this pizza place all the time. And so I finally took her and I was like, this is going to be the best pizza. This is going to be the best. You're going to love this. She had it and she's like, yeah, it was good. She was not impressed at all. Oh man, hold on. I'm gonna exit this. Hold on. Let's restart this because this this ball color scheme was throwing me off. That's why I wasn't doing so good, right? It had nothing to do with my play. What's going on here? Okay, there we go. Classic silver ball, right? There we go. But I was so bummed. I was like, you don't like the Ballpark pizza? She's like, no, it's fine. It's good. It's good. And she's like trying to reassure me as she like spits out part of it into a napkin. I'm like, there's no way you don't like this. And she's like, no, it's okay. It's just not my style. And I'm like, man, I'm so bummed. So bummed.
Get the extra ball.
Get the extra ball. That was a horrible impression of Arnold.
Extra ball.
Hey, I got the extra ball though. I did what he said. He told me to do it and I did it. Come on now. This is a hard table though. This is a really hard table.
Shoot again.
Shoot again. Do it now. So,
Get out.
yeah, my friend and I would play this game, this pinball table, at Ballpark all the time. And my uncle was always super cool, and I loved the fact that he, even now, he still reminds me of Arnold. He's very Arnold-like.
Great shot.
Well-built, bodybuilder type guy, and just super awesome. Kind of had a little bit of a voice like Arnold, too. But he could say California properly. I always loved that Arnold was our governor, too. That was such a fun thing to say. Terminator 2, the first R-rated movie that I ever saw. Thanks to my uncle, by the way. I remember they rented Terminator 2 when it came out, and that was at 92. I was 7 years old. And I remember like walking down the stairs after like I was hanging out with my cousins. I was sleeping over at my cousins. And I was supposed to be in bed, and they rented Terminator 2, and they said, Ryan, what are you doing? And I said, I can't sleep. And they're like, we're watching a movie. You're not supposed to watch this. And I'm like, what is it? And they like told me it's like, oh, it's a movie with a robot. I was like, I love robots. And they're like, okay, come on. And I sat down on the couch, and they're like, all right, we'll let you watch this if you don't tell your parents and you close your eyes and cover your ears when we tell you. I was like, all right, cool. There was like 1 or 2 scenes I'm sure that I had to cover my eyes at. But I remember watching Terminator 2 and it was just so much fun. It was the coolest thing. And then I could not stop saying, I'll be back. And hasta la vista, baby. He'll live. What a cool movie. What an unbelievably cool movie. And I remember seeing the third one and being so psyched for the third Terminator movie.
Get out.
How's Poochie or Scruffy, whatever they, Wolfie or whatever. Your foster parents are dead. How's it going, Jarrett?
Direct hit. Vault 2 secured.
Such a good movie, man. I'm doing well, dude. Just playing some pinball tonight. Just having a blast. I can't believe it's already almost 2:30 though. Dude, it does.
Lock sequence initiated.
The CGI holds up, the action holds up, the camera effects hold up, everything holds up. Practical effects hold up. I remember being super psyched for 3, and then I didn't hate 3 when it came out. I know a lot of people did. I didn't have a problem with 3. But when it became, what is it, Salvation, which was like with Christian Bale. Was that the Christian Bale one? Yeah, 3 was fine. It wasn't terrible by any stretch. There's a couple things where I'm like, eh. But I remember seeing Salvation in Genesis, and I was just like, no, this sucks. Like, come on. However, I know a lot of people do not like Dark Fate. I know a lot of people hate Dark Fate. The newest one.
Checkpoint 1.
I watched it like out of theaters. Like I watched it after it already came out on DVD, rental, streaming, whatever. I really liked it. I thought it was really cool that they basically said he killed John Connor, and then he had no reason to live, but he couldn't kill himself or whatever. And so he just lived out his life and became this old Terminator. And then the new Terminator I thought was pretty cool. Bringing back Linda Hamilton too, I thought was awesome.
Get out.
Because at this point, like,
Take your best
they're
shot.
just not doing enough in the movies to begin with that it's just like, this is popcorn, you know?
You missed.
If you don't take it too seriously, it's an enjoyable movie. And I'm just not taking the Terminator franchise seriously anymore. They've already kind of tainted the series enough to where it's just like, whatever happens, as long as it's better than Genesis and Salvation. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, what else are you going to do with that franchise? And I think that that's a really interesting way to continue it by like making Arnold kill John Connor, that the future could never be, you know, saved or whatever, and Terminators are gonna happen. I think that's really interesting. And just seeing them all back, you know, I think that was filmed before the pandemic, but I saw it during the pandemic, and it was just like one of those, I'm fine for whatever right now. This is a better future than what's going on right now. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think there is a way to make it great. That's okay, buddy. Yes, Genesis can be terminated. That's right. Man, this table is so freaking hard. But it's fun. I love all the sound effects. The music's great in this, too. This is a really good musical score for this table.
Take your best shot. Fire at will.
Ah, I just missed it. I can usually get that. Usually. Oh. Yeah. I don't know. I think
Lock sequence initiated.
if Hollywood wanted to make a version that would probably do pretty well without like actually making a good movie. This is just pure Hollywood making a movie that's gonna perform well. They could do a period timepiece where they go back to the 80s. And I can see that really doing well. Like them 80s it up. And go back to the original first Terminator movie and kind of replicate the style and design and all that. Have him go back and terminate himself or something. Just saying that out loud sounds funny.
Judgment Day.
Yeah.
Lock sequence initiated. Take
Man,
your
I don't.
best shot.
I honestly feel like I blocked out most of Genesis.
Fire at will. You missed.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is like I've completely blocked out most of Genesis. I don't remember most of it at all. I know it had something to do with something like that, and it was just like such a ridiculous concept. And you're like, again, and I believe it it actually sold fairly well on its first
Lock
few
sequence
weeks,
initiated.
but then it got poor word of mouth, and then just never kind of recovered after that. I've never really paid attention though. Like at that point, I stopped caring. Oh, I've been saying this for years. I know exactly how to fix the Terminator franchise. RoboCop versus Terminator. Done. Yeah. But I mean, Terminator versus RoboCop. I mean, they made that game in the 90s. That storyline has been told in video game and comic book form.
Lock sequence initiated.
Yeah, exactly, right? Game and comic, like that story's been told, and it's a well done story. There is zero reason why they can't do that. And that would fix everything in the Terminator franchise. Oh crap. I wasn't paying attention. I got one Terminator.
Get out.
Get out.
Take
Get
your
down.
best shot.
Okay, come on, Ryan. I used to be able to time this perfectly. There we go.
Great shot.
Thank you, Arnold. That was a great shot. Ugh, I already lost the multi-ball.
Get out.
Yeah, it was. Oh my gosh, that 3D show was rad. I miss that era of Universal Studios. The Terminator 3D show, Back to the Future the ride, E.T. the ride, the classic Universal Backlot Tour tram ride with Earthquake, Flash Flood, Jaws, King Kong. I remember going back like 2010, maybe 2010, 2011, and they changed the King Kong stuff to it be a 360 degree, or technically it's like two like 160 degree screens, because you have to have the front and back open so that you can drive through it. But they had like this projection 3D King Kong, and it's just a CGI movie that you're watching on projected on a wall. I'm like, this sucks. Yeah, the original King Kong was lost in the fire, and so they changed it to the Peter Jackson, which I love the Peter Jackson movie. I love King Kong 2005. But I do not want that as a ride, because it's just a projection CGI movie, and that is not a ride. Yeah. The game is super solid. Which version though? The original Xbox version or the actual good 360 version? A lot of people forget at that time when the 360 launched in 2005, they double released some games where it was a previous gen version and a next gen version. And some of those games are really good and some of like solid ports and some were awful. I miss that era, man. That was such a fun time. Next gen and high definition was actually there for the first time.
Lock sequence initiated.
I do miss Universal Studios a little bit. The Jurassic Park ride is solid. I'll always love the Jurassic Park ride. Although I know that they changed it recently to be Jurassic World, which, I mean, I'm never gonna go back there, so I kind of don't care at this point. But it's kind of a bummer because I really like the classic stuff, and I think with especially Universal Studios, they should really focus on the classics. Like, that's what's gonna. I mean, it's called classic for a reason. It stands the test of time. And when you continue, I mean, I'm of two minds about it because you also do have to move forward and you can't just be looking back all the time too. So it makes sense.
Direct hit.
Oh, come on, Ryan. Okay, I'm gonna do one more round here. It's about 2:30, so I gotta call it a night. One more run.
Get out. Get out.
But Universal Studios was always the one that we very rarely ever went to. Just because, like, it was in LA, you know, and like never wanted to go to LA. And there's just not that much to do after you've been once. Like, there's very little rides, very little experiences. You can do everything in one day, and then like you kind of just don't want to do the same thing. It's not a good enough or fun enough experience to continually do it. So it's like a once every few years you go. Unless you do really like going to that area and it's like $60 for an entire year or something. Back then it was. Then it was worth it. But I also saw some concerts there, which were really fun. And the, you know, like all the shopping and stuff was always cool too. If you're into that stuff. I was not super into it, but every once in a while I was like, all right, cool. There's some cool shops. Crap. Ooh, that was close. Crap. Florida is better than Hollywood. And literally any place on the entire earth is better than Hollywood.
Direct hit.
I'm assuming you mean the actual theme parks though. The Universal Studios, either Hollywood or Florida. Florida being better. I don't think I've been to the Florida version. I'm trying to think. I only been to Florida once, and that was in 2001, literally like 25 days later after September 11th, and no one was there. It was like the best time to go to theme parks because America was just terrified still. Oh, Island of Adventures, yeah. Man, I need to cut this mustache. It's getting in my mouth now. Ugh. We'll do one more. Oh yeah. That is one thing that I really do like about the Hollywood Universal Studios is the backlot tour. Backlot tour is the best thing about that place. I think the last time I went back in like 2010 or something, 2010, 2011. Hey, I got an extra ball, sweet. Was they had some like
Video mode activated.
Trying to
Destroy
think.
everything.
Ah. Whew. Ah.
Get out.
Hey Banjo, how's it going, dude? Yeah, so our family took like a family trip right after September 11th. We hopped on a plane like 20 days later, and all the airlines were basically empty. All the theme parks were completely empty. Like America was just scared. And so we basically had all the theme parks to ourselves. And I can't remember if we went to Universal Studios Florida, or if we just went to the whole Disney World suite. Because I know we did Disney World. I think we also went to Ripley's Believe It or Not, because the building was flipped upside down, and I was like, oh, we gotta go there. Come on, Mom and Dad, we gotta go there. I was like going at the end of high school too, and I was just like, please, can we go? And my parents were like, fine, whatever.
I'll be back.
Just watching some pinball, that's right.
Judgment Day.
2029, hey, we're close to Judgment Day, right? We'll get there soon enough. I think we're very close to Judgment Day, personally. Wonderworks? What is Wonderworks?
Get out.
I don't know if I've heard of that. Is that like a
Lock sequence initiated.
like a side road attraction?
Fire at will.
Ah, man. That was a poor shot. That was way too early. I don't know what I was thinking there. But yeah, when we went and we did the Disney World 4 parks. We did.
Take your best shot.
It was MGM Studios, not, I think, Hollywood Studios at this point. And then Animal Kingdom, Magic Kingdom, and then Epcot. So we did all 4 Disney parks. Ripley's Believe It or Not. I think we went to SeaWorld as well. Why, I don't know, because we just wanted to see what was different between San Diego and Florida. And then like 1 or 2 other things. I can't remember.
Get out.
That was a while. That was, I mean, it was over 20 years ago. Oh, so it was a while ago. Okay. Family attraction, various things to do on the floors. I think I know of what you're talking about. I loved Ripley's growing up. We had one in Buena Park in Hollywood, or not Hollywood, but Buena Park. And then they had one, or no, it was Hollywood Wax Museum. I tell my wife this all the time. I love wax museums. And we had one right next to Medieval Time. And so when my wife and I were dating, she was like, what do you want to do for your birthday? And I was like, I don't know. And she threw out the idea of Medieval Times. And I was like, oh, I haven't been there in years. So like she set everything up. And as we were going down, I was talking to her and she was like, oh yeah, the Medieval Times in Buena Park, like, and I was telling her all about, my childhood, going to Knott's Berry Farm all the time and stuff too. And I was like, you know what? Oh, we're gonna have to, if we have time, can we go to the Movie Land Wax Museum? She's like, what's Movie Land Wax Museum? I'm like, dude, it's basically a wax museum with all these places that had, you know, like scenes of movies. And it was so cool. And then we got down there and I walked over and I'm like, oh, that's right. It doesn't exist anymore. Hey, Wolfman. How are you doing? Welcome in. And I was so bummed out. And I'm bummed because I knew it. I knew that it closed down years before, because I remember going to see the Titanic exhibit back in 2012. 2011, 2012, I can't remember which year. Whatever year the 100th anniversary of Titanic was. They had the Titanic exhibit. Yeah, pouring for the slow pour for the wax. Waxy buildup. I loved wax museums. Yeah, and it was a Ripley's as well. Like, that was my childhood, was Buena Park. It was Medieval Times, Buffalo Bill's Wild West Show, Ripley's Believe It or Not, Movie Land Wax Museum. Yeah, on Beach, exactly, right? And Knott's Berry Farm. And so, as a kid, we would go there all the time because we lived so close to it. So it was always like a weekend event of doing something around there, around Beach. And then my cousins always lived there, and so we would do like, what do you call it? Oh, Buffalo Bill. Yeah. Oh man, Hollywood, or not Hollywood. Now I'm blanking on the thing. Knott's Berry Farm's Halloween event. Halloween Haunt. Oh my gosh, I could not remember that for the life of me. Halloween Horror Nights is Universal Studios. Halloween Haunt is the Knott's Berry Farm version. And all my cousins would work it. And I got hired for Halloween Haunt to do it as a scare actor. But I never showed up because my job would not allow me to moonlight, basically. It would have killed me if I had to do a regular 9-to-5 job and then do Haunt as well. So I never got to be in it, which I was bummed about. But I miss it, man. Ugh, so fun.
Direct hit.
Those were some good times, man. Yeah. It wasn't even just that it was a day job, it was a career. It was a career path, which I don't regret because I made lots of great decisions in that career path, and I wouldn't have been able to continue on it if I decided to do Halloween Haunt for a month. But I do regret it at the same time, because that would have been a real fun experience to do. Knott's is a career, that's right. Some of my cousins and friends still do Haunt, you know, every year. A career fun, that's right. I miss the Haunted Shack at Knott's. The last time I went with my nephew. I took him to Haunt. He was, I think, 15 at the time. Yeah, maybe 14 or 15 at the time. And so I took him to Haunt, and I told him all the stories and stuff. And he's like, yeah, that sounds fun. I would love to go. And so we went together, and it was such a blast. It was just so much fun. But I was like, I miss the Haunted Shack, as stupid as it was. Yeah, the Crooked House. So the Haunted Shack, I remember loving it as a kid, but it was a goofy little thing, right? It was just kind of like a goofy little thing inside Knott's Berry Farm. Back in 2015, my best friend and I and his wife, we drove up to Northern California in San Francisco to go see WrestleMania 2015, whatever year. I think that was 32. and my friend's wife was like, "Oh, can we do some sightseeing?" And so I was like, "Yeah, sure, we can go stay for a couple extra days and do some sightseeing and stuff," because we drove there. And my wife's friend was talking about this really cool natural spot where like there's like this magnetic field in it, and like you can take really cool pictures and stuff. And I was like, "Oh, that sounds really interesting." So we drive like hours out of our way in the woods, and we get to this place called the Mystery Spot. And I was like, "The Mystery Spot, all right, cool." And they got like bumper stickers. It's like this big old thing. They got signage, and it was like a legit attraction place. Like I was like, "Wow, this place seems like pretty poppin'." We get in there, we spend the money, like $20 a ticket or something. We get in there, and we like are with a group of people, like probably 15 to 20 extra people. And we're walking around the forest, and they're talking about some stuff. And we come to this shack that's tilted, and they tell us to get inside, and the floor is all crooked, and we're standing on an angle. And they start talking about how this is built on an ancient burial plot or some weird crap. And I was just like, did we just spend $20 on a tourist trap? Did we just have to spend $20 to visit the mystery shack or the haunted shack from Knott's Berry Farm? Did it just move here? I was so mad. I have never been that mad in my entire life. Like legitimately pissed off at my friend and his wife that I walked out. I said, "I'm so mad right now, and everyone's going to know it. So I'm just going to leave. I'm going to sit in the car. You get in the car when you're done, and we're going home." And I was so pissed. The Mystery Shack. Was there a man with a fez? I have no idea. I don't remember. I walked out. I was so mad. It was, I'm pretty sure the place it was called was the Mystery Spot, and it's in like Northern California. Oh, yes, Gravity Falls. Okay, Grunkle Stan. Are you talking about Knott's Berry Farm with the senoritas on the benches? Man. Yeah, I really liked Gravity Falls. Gravity Falls is a great show. That would totally be something that he would do. But oh my gosh, man. I'll never forget that for the rest of my life. I was so mad at my friend. They were old school hookers, that's right.
I'll be back.
That's when, like, they were talking it up. Like, again, this was 2015. This was what, 9 years ago. Yeah, this was just about a little over 9 years ago. And I just was so freaking pissed off. I've never been that mad at my friend in my entire life. And I was just like if I knew this was a tourist trap and I knew this was, you know, whatever, like fine, whatever. But I was going through a really hard time, and I basically spent a ton of money, and my friend and his wife kind of screwed me over on a lot of stuff where I paid for everything for that entire trip. And I was really hard on cash. And so I was like already mad. And then they made me buy all these tickets, and I never got paid back for it. And I was just so mad. Like I barely talked the entire way back. And that was a good like 8-hour drive. Like as soon as we left, like I barely talked for the rest of the trip. I was so mad.
Lock sequence initiated.
Oh, come on, man. Mrs. Knott's chicken, dude. One of my favorite dinners of all time. I was telling my wife about it the other night. We were watching something and I started talking about Knott's Berry Farm and boysenberry. The boysenberry punch. Boysenberry topped funnel cake and Mrs. Knott's chicken. That Mrs. Knott's fried chicken dinner, man. One of my favorite dinners of all time.
Checkpoint 1 secured. Lock sequence initiated.
I could have a boysenberry punch right now. Oh yeah, the 360 version was the one that I played. I was one of the when the original 360 launched, I bought Call of Duty 2 and what do you call it? I bought two games. It was Call of Duty 2 and Project Gotham Racing 2, or no, 3. Project Gotham Racing 3 and Perfect Dark Zero. But I got King Kong on the 360 for a GameFly rental. I remember GameFly was starting up around that time, maybe just a couple years old, and I rented from GameFly on launch day King Kong on 360. Excuse me. And I had a blast with that game. I loved it. It's so good. Oh, was it Project Gotham 2? I guess you're right. I remember Project Gotham 1 on the original Xbox for sure. Yeah, I guess you're right. Project Gotham 2 on 360, launch 360 game, then Project Gotham 3. I definitely remember 3. I remember 3's box art. Because we had it in the game store that I owned and it would never sell. It sat on the shelf for years before I owned that store and after I owned that store. I'm sure I still have a Project Gotham 3 copy somewhere in this house. It was the first online one. Okay. And I always loved the Project Gotham series so much more than Forza, because like that was right around the time Forza was coming out, or it came out too, right? Like you had Forza 1 and it was Forza 1 and Forza 2 Motorsport on the original Xbox, and then 3 was on 360. Yeah, I never liked the Forza series. And it's Forza, not Fortza, like how a lot of people pronounce it. Yes! Rally Sport Challenge and Challenge 2 were so stinking good. Fortnite ZA. Project Gotham. It was Criterion, right? Oh, no. It was Bizarre. Bizarre Creations did Project Gotham. And then also Rally Sport, which was Colin McRae, that turned into Dirt, right? Was Rally Sport Challenge turned into Dirt? Yeah. Criterion was Burnout, the Burnout series. Oh, it was DICE. Okay, that's right. You're gonna have to forgive me. It's nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. I've been playing pinball for about 4 hours. Like with every game studio at this point, right? Every game studio, like if your studio gets bought, that is the first sign it's closing down. It's just a matter of time at that point. Sell your studio, it's gonna get shut down at this point. Not to bring down the mood, man, but I'm tired of it all. I love that phrase, suck eggs. Me too. I've got all the tables too. In fact, let's play something else. Let's close out the night with a little Medieval Madness. What do you say? This is legit one of my favorites.
Welcome to my realm.
Missed opportunity. Oh man. Okay, maybe we'll have to do a little Ripley. The Ripley table's interesting. Ripley is an interesting table.
Well,
Yeah. All right. All right. All right. You win. You win, guys. Not that I'm not mad. I'm actually excited. I haven't played this one in a long time. It is underrated. Oh, it's the only Stern one. Okay. You know, I know that like there's the different manufacturers and all that, but I've never really paid attention to that stuff as much.
Just don't mess with that idol.
You're the man, it's in your name. That's true. So a lot of people misinterpret that as me being angry, like I'm the angry man. And it's no, I'm the crazy man. That's mad as in mad as a hatter mad. That's always what it's meant. Extra ball at 12 million and I got 500,000. Okay. Trying to remember which or how this table works. It's been a while.
Strange things in Africa.
Yeah, Ripley's, dude. What a cool. I'm just reminiscing for a second here. I loved Ripley's Believe It or Not back in the day. That was such a cool attraction. What was one of the craziest things that you saw at Ripley's? Did I miss that? I hope I didn't.
Welcome back.
I liked that they brought it as a TV show in like what, the early 2000s, but I don't think I got into it as much as I thought I should have. There's something about Ripley, like if you've studied what Ripley was and all that, like the adventurer, globetrotting millionaire, like there's just something super cool about that.
Keep going, man.
Okay. Man, the shrunken heads and all that. So cool.
Looks like a bad slot machine.
I really don't even remember much of the actual building at this point. I really don't remember what the building like had in it, other than like it was the guy with the really weird jaw, like he had discs in his mouth, like to stretch out his lips, like to a foot or two. The shrunken head. I think the guy with the long fingernails was like way later on. And honestly, like that's all I remember. It was so long ago. I was a kid when I remember Ripley's.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
And then I think it was the TV show where they brought in like the guy with the long fingernails, the woman who could like pop her eyeballs out, you know, a certain amount. I think the person who could like squirt milk from their eyelids. Like and it just kind of turned into gross stuff. And I was just like, oh, I don't like this. This isn't cool. $2 million. All right, I'll take it. I'll take 2 million. Oh, that was a bad shot. Not happy with that. And then, like I said, the one in Florida, all I remember was the building was flipped upside down. I don't remember anything about what was in that building. I think they had some interesting rooms, like themed rooms, but that was it.
It's time to visit Asia.
I don't think so, but again, that was over 20 years ago, so I really don't remember all that much of it. I was in high school at that point.
I don't believe it.
It's been a while. Oh, yeah? And, you know, some of that stuff could also be getting mixed up with Fear Factor. I might mix up some of that stuff with Fear Factor. Scared Stiff. Scared Stiff. I don't remember what that is. I know Ernest Scared Stupid. Yes, Elvira. Yeah. Elvira Scared Stiff. Got it. Booberella, right? Oh, no way, really? It's not Tim Kritzkow, right? Is it? Booberella's actually the Simpsons character. You're thinking of Barbed Wire. Or Barbarella. You're thinking of multiple different things. Barbarella is Jane Fonda. Booberella is the Simpsons character. Barbed Wire is Pamela Anderson. There is a couple Elvira pinball tables. There's 2 of them in here. Ooh, we got a high score. I know of Barbed Wire. I believe I remember watching it in high school when it was on like the USA Network. Late at night, like after WWF Raw.
No matter where you go, there you are.
Good old Ripley's, man. We'll do one more. Let's do one more.
Welcome back.
Spell Bozo? Okay. There's a name you don't hear every day anymore. Bozo the Clown. When I was younger, like I'm definitely a generation that grew up with like some references to a lot of that stuff, like Bozo the Clown, Howdy Doody, you know, like the 80s and not the 80s, the 50s and 60s stuff, but not a whole lot. Like I never watched Bozo the Clown. It was like way past my time. It was more, they were trying to bring it back for a newer generation, just didn't work out. Captain Kangaroo, yeah. HR Puffin stuff.
2 more to go.
But it's interesting seeing like a reference to Bozo the Clown or Howdy Doody, like Americana, like that's Americana, right? if I would say to my wife, I'll give you $100 right now if you could tell me who Bozo is, she would never guess in a million years it was a clown on TV. Or if I'd say, who is Howdy Doody, she would never guess it was a, you know, like a ventriloquist dummy. But it's like, that was like known to me as a kid. Like I knew of those things when I was a kid. Even though I didn't really watch it. It's just like, there's none of that anymore. It's weird. $12 million. We're at nearly 2. We need 10 million on this ball right here, right now. Let's do it. We'll get it, right? We got 2 times bonus. So now we only need a bonus of 5 million. Little Rascal. So they did have the Little Rascals movie back in the 90s, and so my wife does know the Little Rascals because of that. And then also, my wife is super into dogs, and so she knows the pit bull of Little Rascals. So she's like into that. But she knows of the Three Stooges. She doesn't know their names. I've tried getting her to watch Three Stooges, but again, it's like this thing. Girls just don't like the Three Stooges. There's a whole episode on Monk, the TV show with Tony Shalhoub, where there's a part where one of his assistant has to pretend to like the Three Stooges to get into a building where, or like I think it's a lawyer's office or something like that, and like snoop around. And the lawyer guy likes the Three Stooges, and so she has to pretend to flirt with him by liking the Three Stooges. And so we watched that episode, and she was like, Three Stooges. Ugh. I was like, oh no, don't say that. I love the Three Stooges. Amazing. Three Stooges is just more of a guy thing. Outer Limits. You know, I was never really into the Outer Limits.
Get 3 in a row.
I always liked the Twilight Zone, and it was really nice because a few years ago, I was watching something where they were talking about the Twilight Zone, and my wife was like, is the Twilight Zone a good show? And I was like, oh, yes. And so she was like, I would like to watch that. And so we started watching the Twilight Zone together, and she really liked it. And I was like, I'm glad, because this is a great show. And I really liked the Tower of Terror in California Adventure. Yes, exactly. Tower of Terror. It is seriously legit one of the best rides. However, which version of the ride do you like better? The California version or the Florida version? Because they're totally different. Technically. I mean, yeah, they are totally different. And, sad fact. Oh, you've only been to the Florida one? Okay. So, hate to bum anyone out, but Tower of Terror in California doesn't exist anymore. It's Marvel Guardians of the Galaxy now, which sucks. And I refuse to ride that ride. I'll never go back there anyways, but even if I was going to, I would never ride it, just on pure principle alone. But the California version of Tower of Terror is different than the Florida version, because the Florida version, you go up and then you go forward through the floor, right? You don't do that in the California version. The California version just goes up and down. It's just an elevator. And it's a bummer, because I remember doing the Florida version and going, oh, this is super cool compared to the California version. And like, I was always bummed out afterwards, going back to California and just going, it's not the Florida version.
It's time to visit Africa.
Revenge of the Mummy. Is that the one in Universal Studios? It's like a roller coaster kind of. Yeah. Yeah, those were cool.
Let me tell you about the one that got away.
Is it there's an indie ride at Disneyland or Florida Disney World, right? I'm almost positive there is, right? Oh, the show. Right. Okay, so let me remember. The Florida version has the Indiana Jones show, and then California has the ride, right? No, dude, the ride is so good. I think I told you this the last time we were talking about it, but I went to opening day of that ride. And it just kept breaking down. Indie ride is legit. Yep.
It's time to visit.
I was playing. I don't know if you joined in while I was playing that, but I was playing the indie pinball table for like 2 hours earlier. For the first like 2 hours of this stream, I was basically playing mostly the indie table. Yeah, it kept breaking down, but it actually, you know, we were able to ride it, and it was so worth it. I dumped so many dollars into that custom Indiana Jones pinball table at Disneyland, across from Jungle Cruise in the bazaar. I was talking about it earlier on the stream, but like I dumped dollars and dollars and dollars every time I would go, because I was like, dude, this pinball table's great, but it's so stinking hard. And then I read recently, probably within the last 8 months or so, that they took it out for a very long time, and then it recently showed back up in the shop. So like that pinball table, and people are like taking pictures of it and checking to see if it is the same one or if it's a different one or if it's been restored or whatever. And I'm like, you guys are getting a little too carried away. It's a pinball table. Like, for COVID, that's right.
Ball 2 locked.
Ball 2 locked.
Multi-ball is lit.
Give me that multi-ball. The guy with the balls in his mouth, that's right. The pool balls in his mouth, thank you very much. It is. It's absolutely like the best pinball table ever. I love it. That's why I corrected myself. Ah, man. We're almost at 10 mil. No, we need 20 or 12 million to get a free ball, right? Wow. Oh, come on.
Oh, I'm loving that. Look out.
That was great. Super jackpot, dude.
Jackpot. A little too slippery for me.
And we got the extra ball.
Look out.
Man, I love pinball so much. This is so fun.
It's time to visit Europe.
This is a great table, too. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of ramps, too. I always like pinball tables with ramps, like good ramps. One giant piece of plastic, which would be the shrunken head, right? That always makes a good pinball table. Something that like catches your eye that makes you want to play it. My father-in-law has a Dirty Harry pinball table. And I hope I can convince him to sell it to me someday. And I was saying this earlier, but I was repairing it. I was trying to repair it because it's broken. And I was able to open it up and actually mess around with it and try and fix it. And holding those silver pinballs in my hand, it was like one of my childhood dreams to open up a pinball table and be able to mess around with those balls. And man, it was so cool. And again, yes, context. Thanks for the clip. Phrasing, that's right. Are we still doing phrasing? Dude, Dirty Harry is insane. Try playing that game. Try playing that pinball with no display, because that's what's wrong with it, is the display is broken. And so, like, I tried to fix it and I could not fix it, and I'm just gonna have to replace the display. And it's $300, and my father-in-law just doesn't want to spend it. Which, I get it, $300 just to fix a pinball table. Like, that's a lot of money. But I'm like, man, if you're not gonna fix it, let me buy it. Just let me buy it and fix it myself. I would love, like, again, I would love to own the Dirty Harry pinball table, and it's like, it's within my grasp. Maybe someday I can convince him to sell it to me. It's my father-in-law's. It's not my dad's. My dad, I would just say, hey, can I have this? And he'd give it to me. Or he'd just say no. It's a bummer too, but that it's busted right now. Or like, again, it fully works. It's just the display, the dot matrix display. Yeah, I gotta be nice. I think I'm the best son-in-law in the world. Just gonna put that out there. I offered to fix it for free. And I tried, like, I really tried to fix it, and I was just like, I cannot get this thing to work properly. We just need to buy a new display. And they have them for, like, colored. So it's not just like the monochrome, it's a colored one as well. Holy crap, I got 3rd place on that run. That was awesome. Okay. To borrow it for a year. Yeah, we live across the country though, so that's not gonna work. Okay, I'd love to stay up and continue, but it is almost 3:30 in the morning, and I gotta go to bed to get to work in the morning. Thank you guys so much. It's been so fun hanging out and talking and playing games. Man, I love pinball. It is just a joy. So I hope you guys have a wonderful night or day wherever you are in the world. Thank you so much for watching. You can always catch my stuff at gameordie.net. That's the website. Or you can join the Discord. Stop by in the Discord and listen to the podcast on loop in the podcast radio station. And have a wonderful night. And dude, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I hope you guys have an awesome night. And I'll catch you next time. Peace out. God bless.